Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Breckland Planning for today. Could I first of all start with our general housekeeping? First of all, a fire detection. We've got no tests on for today. So if we do hear the alarm bells go off, we will treat it as genuine, at which point there are two exit doors here on this wall, another exit door at the end of the corridor where the lavatories are. So if you're on the loo when the bell goes off, you know where to run to, and obviously the door where you came into the building. We will then congregate in the car park at an allocated area that we have. If you're not 100% sure, just follow any one of these lot because they'll definitely be first out the door. Mobile phones and devices, could I ask you to switch your mobile phones or devices to silent or off? If it does go off, it's been set as a £10 fine to the chairman's charity. Now, that's not me as chairman of this committee, it's the chairman of the council, Councillor Sam Taylor, and she has got a couple of chosen charities, which she usually tells me about, but she's not here today.
One's Chapel Green, isn't it?
One's Chapel Green, and the other's Nelson's Journey. And as I say that, they walk in the door. Nelson's Journey and Chapel Road. Was it Chapel Road?
Chapel Green.
Oh, Chapel Green. Oh, there we go. Wow, that was an insight I had. I didn't realise I was that intelligent. So yes, your £10 will go to a very worthy cause. Okay, procedure. As each item is called, I will then. I've got a list of people who are speaking. I will get you to come and sit on the right-hand side here. I will then introduce the officer to do the presentation. You will then be given your allotted times to speak, and then it'll be open to questions from the members, after which point we will then take a vote on that particular item. Introductions of my team for today. On the left-hand side, I have Mike Horn, who's a solicitor to the council. At the far end, we have Simon Ward, who's got a lovely title, but I always call him the head honcho. He is the main man. On my right-hand side, I have Rebecca Collins, who is my right-hand woman. She makes me look good. We've also got Chris Hobson, one of our principal planning officers, Ed Small, and we should have joined us a little bit later, Michael Knowles. And I've got Chris Fitzgerald, who's our usher, who's probably still outside sorting someone out. And of course, Julie Britton down here, who's taken the minutes and correcting us where need be on democratic services. So that's my team for today. Okay, so without further ado, we're going to start with the agenda on item 1, which are the minutes from the meeting held on the 20th of January. Do I have your authority to sign those off? Councillor Attwell? That's fine. Yep. Okay, we accepted. Thanks, Julie. Right, good. Item number 2, Julie, please. Apologies and substitutes.
Chairman, you'll be pleased to know that we have no apologies.
Good, well done. Item 3, declarations of interest and representations that you have received. We will take them as each item is raised. So responding to various emails or literature that may have been sent to you. Item 4, Chairman's announcements. We are still always wanting people for our Chairman's panel. Tomorrow's panel we are catered for. And actually I thank Councillor Westerman. That was going to be his first panel. So, second, yes, of course you've done one before when yes, I told you not to get run over. Okay, and also another item that we do every now and again, and I've been told I should do it just to let members know, is it's 304 sleeps to Santa, just to let you know how much the year is going. Okay, item 5, we have requests to defer items in the agenda.
So, Chairman, last week, before the supplementary agenda was published, members may have noticed there was 2 applications for Great Ellingham, 3PL 2024-0120F and 3PL 2023-0877 VAR. Those applications were pulled from the agenda before the supplementary reports were published, and that's because we're awaiting further information on the heads of terms. Thank you, Chairman. There's none from this agenda, though.
Thank you. Items of urgent business, item 6? None at all, thank you. So we go to item 7, which is local plan update, and I hand you over to Simon Wood. Thank you, Simon.
Thank you, Chairman. Not a huge amount to report. Many of you will have attended the all-member briefing held last week, which advised you that the policy team are going through the statutory consultation responses, the third-party responses, and looking at the draft allocations and the policies in the light of that, and we'll be coming back to individual parishes and members where necessary if there are any fundamental changes within that parish, town or ward. Members will have been advised yesterday that the statutory consultation responses are now online, and I would invite you to look at that if that interests you. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Item 8 is deferred applications. We have none that we are blending in today's agenda, so we'll have some for further meetings. Item 9 is our schedule of planning applications, and this morning we start with an application in Timbuktu. Oh, are you here for that one? You're not for that one. Okay, we'll leave Timbuktu this morning because you're already in position, and we will go to Dunham, and it's application PL 2025-1788. And we have, I hope, Matt Lomax. That's you. Good. Right. We must do that other one, Timbuktu, late in the day if we get it done. Well done, Matt, for getting in your position nice and early. Good, good. And I'm going to hand over to Chris Hobson, who will do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and good morning, members of the committee. So first up we go to the parishes of Little Dunham and Great Dunham. We've got an application here for variations to an extant consent. That's for the solar photovoltaic farm. It's shown in that general area on the screen there by the red star. So we've got the parishes of Great Dunham generally in this area here, and the actual solar farm crosses the 2 boundaries. So Little Dunham sits here, and the parish boundary is approximately here. As mentioned, what we're dealing with is a variation to that extant permission. Before I go into it, those eagle-eyed readers will see there is an error in the title of the supplementary report in terms of the address. It mentions the George and Dragon Public House in Dunham. This is clearly the solar voltaic farm site off Palgrave Road. And just a further update, over the weekend we got some comments from Great Dunham Parish Council. Those raised matters that have been dealt with in the main report and similar to those concerns raised by the other parish councils. So I'll touch on those in the main report and presentation shortly. So just to give you a bit of context, as mentioned, we have a consent here granted in March 2023 for the solar voltaic farm. As I said, the actual farm itself sits here. We've got the market town of Swaffham here, the A1065 village of Spall here. This is the cable route that would link it to the grid, the power from that. So the actual scheme would create 49.9 megawatts of energy, and there's various infrastructure within that. I won't go into detail today. There's no significant changes to the scheme other than what I'll move on to in a minute. But those do involve obviously the solar voltaic panels themselves, associated infrastructure like the battery storage, substations, security, CCTV, fencing, and the like. So in terms of what this actual application before you today is seeking is minor changes. So I'll show you in a moment, but essentially to drill down, the change would be to the location of a substation, the DNO substation within the same parcel on the same field by approximately 200 metres. And a further change is merely to allow a phased approach to construction. So all the conditions would remain, and I'll show you the drawings in a moment, but the conditions as varied would simply allow the facilitating works for the substation to begin, and that's comprising 4 slab pads. So that's merely the scope of the application today. As I said, those conditions would remain for the remainder of the scheme, and I'll go into more detail in a moment. So that's a bit of a immediate context of the solar farm area itself. So the changes are actually down in this southwestern corner. We've got the parish and village of Great Dunham over this location here. Palgrave Road runs along here to the east of the site, then connected down to Little Dunham down here. So you'll see obviously open countryside, an undulating landscape, arable fields. There we see those villages. And I mentioned in terms of what we're looking at today in terms of the changes, I say it's this location here. So the consent granted those various forms of infrastructure across this site here, the cable route running this way. So the changes would be to roughly change where the substation was originally indicated to be located from here to approximately here, with the solar panels obviously extending to the east and north. And that's that indicative plan here. So we can see the battery storage and DNO substation here. Solar panels extending along here, tracks here. In terms of the proposal, so here is that change. So it's showing the substation here. We'll show more detail in a moment, but you can see the layout is largely the same. And that's just to show that battery storage area here and the substation as permitted here next to it. And then this is the actual amendment here. So the battery storage remains as permitted. Then to the north, we've got the substation located here. And that's some information on the substation. So that remains as previously permitted in terms of height, scale, and design. It's simply being relocated. And I touched on the facilitating works, which is the scope of those phased construction works that would take place. Now, it's simply the creation of 4 pads here. This is temporary pads for the construction vehicles. So there's no permanent change to the ground there, just to allow for construction. And there's actually not the site, but an example of what those pads are in terms of appearance, scale, etc. And they're simply to enable subsequent construction of the substation at a later date. And in terms of some of the comments I'll move on to and consultations, you'll see from the main report during the application, we've received amended information to address comments and consultation responses, resulting in there being no objection from the consultees, including the Highways Authority, the Lead Local Flood Authority, the County Archaeologist and our ecologist, and Natural England. So we do obviously, as touched on, have comments from the parish councils, Great Dunham and Little Dunham. So just to pick on some of the comments from the Little Dunham Parish Council. So one of the main ones they did talk about and raise concern about was a change to the amount of passing places along Ruckolds Lane, which is here. We've got the Castleacre Road linking to the A1065 here that continues to Great Dunham. And Ruckolds Lane runs here, and I'll just show you the change there. And that shows the construction route from the A1065, which then heads along Hall Road, which is a private road to the site, and it's access for construction approximately here. So this is just an example of what the proposals are now. So we've got approximately about 1,700 metre section from the junction of Castleacre Road at the north to Hall Road here, where traffic would then turn left in towards the site. So it was previously proposed that 12 passing places would be provided. Now, Following discussions between the applicant and the Highways Authority, that's been now reduced on the advice of the Highways Authority. They've advised that they consider the 6 spaces would be sufficient for the construction, and that's for the scheme as a whole. Bearing in mind, just touch on those facilitating works of the 4 pads, Highways, there's no need for the passing places for that, given the limited scope of the work. So that is proposed to take 2 days. So we've got an up to 3 HGV vehicles a day, so 6 across the 2 days. So based on that kind of level of traffic, they've accepted there's no need for further passing places along here, and officers' views are that that's acceptable. So that's one of the concerns raised. Now, as I said, there's no objections from the Highways Authority to that, and from officers' views as well, we obviously have to balance out, well, you know, you're looking at a passing place of roughly, you know, between 200 and 300 every 200 and 300 metres along that section, and we have to bear in mind potential impacts on the character of the rural lane as well. So, with that in mind, officers consider that's an appropriate number. Concerns were also raised in terms of impact on the community. Now, I've shown you the construction route. Obviously, that runs from the A1065 down through Ruckold Lane and Hall Road, so there's no traffic moving eastwards towards the 2 villages, and it avoids travel through Spall as well to the south. In terms of the comments I mentioned received over the weekend from Great Dunham Parish Council, they also highlight that aspect in terms of the passing places, but they also talk about potential reduction in Great Crested Newt licensing. And just to be clear, there's no reduction there. The whole site will be controlled by a district level licence. What the application does, simply for the scope of those small amount of works for the concrete pads, is to work under a non-licensed method statement, which our ecologist has reviewed and considers acceptable. We also have the remaining condition 23 that still protects those protected species within the site and prevents harm to those. And based on that, as I said, there's no objections raised by our ecologist. Natural England, you'll see in the supplementary report, have raised no objections. So in terms of moving on to other concerns raised by the parish, they also mentioned concerns about whether the infrastructure would change. There would be a change from battery storage to a substation. That's not proposed to change. There was all extant permission for the substation. And as I said, the only change to the infrastructure is the movement of that substation to the north. You'll see in the report we've received 2 objections from the local community. Now, a lot of those objections do focus on matters that were considered and assessed when the original application was considered and considered acceptable. As a variation of condition application, we do have to be mindful and consider what the variation is and what those changes to the conditions are. And as I said, those conditions are really relate to those 2 key factors about relocation of the substation to the north and those changes to the conditions that do allow those minor works to commence. There's no significant change in site circumstance or planning policy in the meantime. So you'll see in the main report, I've touched on that in the principle of development section. We've also obviously considered what change and impact that change to moving the substation would have on the character of the landscape. It moves further north nearer Hall Road, but when we consider what was permitted within the broader site, within terms of the extent of the infrastructure, the panels, the proposals wouldn't cause any significant additional harm over the extant consent. Touched on kind of highways matters briefly now. You know, the variations include changes to conditions 11, 13, 15 and 16 to allow those small scale works across those 2 days. As I said, the Highways Authority have been consulted and raised no objections. And we'll continue to have conditions that will need to be discharged that govern the construction of the wider site all around here, and the clear majority of the site. In terms of drainage, additional information was submitted, and following that, the lead local flood authority confirmed there's no objections, and that's largely due to the small-scale nature of those works. In terms of amenity, having regard to those changes, there's no significant concerns in that regard. As you've seen, the traffic is largely directed to the west, avoiding those villages south and due east. You'll also see condition 7 would be amended just to ensure that those works were undertaken in accordance with a written scheme of investigation. So an archaeologist would be on site to monitor those works. And as I said, in a similar vein, the ecologist has prepared an updated ecology report and construction ecological management plan, and part of that does include a method statement for Great Crested Newts, and there will be an ecological clerk of works on site to monitor those works, particularly with respect to impacts on protected species. Further changes include to the landscape environmental management plan, condition 21. So that trigger's been slightly amended to prior to first the development being commissioned, in light of good practice guidance in terms of planning conditions, and actually requiring those measures to be undertaken and brought forward when the impact arises. So when we looked at other conditions, you'll note slight changes to condition 8 that just has regard to the limited scope of those enabling works. So that's been slightly tweaked because those works don't impact the any trees or hedgerows on site. And you'll also see a slight amendment to condition 17 in terms of signage and CCTV. Again, the amendment there changes to the trigger. It still remains, all those conditions remain, just changed to the trigger points. So just to summarise really, the amendments, as I spoke, really relate to enabling those small level works, enabling that phasing of construction. As I said, all those conditions remain, and we would need to see applications with all those mitigation schemes before us in due course, and before the construction goes beyond those limited works shown. Yeah, and as I say, in terms of those comments from all consultees, you'll see there's no objections from the consultees. Obviously, looking at the recommendation, I've highlighted the supplementary report. We've had an updated construction ecological management plan. So that's set out an amended condition on pages 22, 23 of the main report to reflect that. So having regard to all matters, the proposed development as varied is acceptable, compliant with both the policies in the local plan and the NPPF, and is recommended for approval. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, we've got Matt Lomax, who's the applicant, and you have 3 minutes. When your time's up, you'll hear the bell. Thank you.
Members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Matt Lomax, Planning Manager at Low Carbon. If members have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. This application arises entirely due to grid delays, a national issue for renewable energy projects across the country. Over the last 2 years, the UK's electricity network process has undergone major reform, meaning that without grid certainty, construction of this solar farm has not been able to begin. However, confirmation was received in December last year that this solar farm will be connected by 2030, and the grid operator has deemed the project both ready and needed, allowing us to move forward to construction. The application before you today seeks a simple non-technical variation that would allow the implementation of the planning permission through the installation of 4 small concrete block foundations for the DNO substation. The scale and the nature of the approved wider development remains unchanged, and no new pre-commencement conditions are proposed. Your officer has recommended approval, confirming that the extant permission remains aligned with local and national planning policy, that there are no material changes to impacts, and no technical objections have been raised. The implementation works would take a maximum of 2 days with appropriate and proportionate safeguards in place as agreed with Highways, Archaeology, the LLFA and Ecology. The wider construction of the solar farm will not commence until all remaining elements of the pre-commencement conditions are discharged in the usual way. Since planning permission was granted, this project now has both grid certainty and a contract for difference secured, giving it the financial certainty to proceed to deliver the renewable electricity Breckland urgently needs. To illustrate the significance of this, the district has installed just 41 megawatts of solar in the last decade. This project alone would deliver 49.9 megawatts of new solar capacity, equivalent to power 16,000 local homes, which is around 25% of the district's households, an 87% biodiversity net gain, a community benefit fund, and which is secured via legal agreement. And this committee strongly supported the project 3 years ago. We therefore respectfully ask you to continue that support today for a locally scaled project that will deliver clear environmental, energy and community benefits. Thank you.
Thank you. It's open to questions from members. Councillor Attawell, please.
That's better. Could I just have some clarity regarding these lay-bys? Could you put the plan up of the lane? I've just got one or two things I want to raise on that, please. Regarding the lay-bys, passing places. That's the one. Okay. So is that lane where the main construction traffic is going to come through? Okay. And did you say that there was about 200 metres between passing places?
So the distance from the junction. Yeah, no, the distance from the junction of Castleacre Road and Ruckolds Lane to the turning point eastwards on Hall Road is about 1,700 metres. So roughly, I haven't measured the distance between the exact position, but you've got 6 across that length. So you're looking at somewhere between 200 and 300 metres between each one, roughly, as an approximate.
My question is, once the place is built, there'll be very little traffic in the way of maintaining the site. But for construction purposes, if we're sending traffic down there and we're going to have lorries and stuff unloading for a period of I don't know how long, do we need to have a condition here about traffic management down that lane? Because if you're a local resident and you're travelling up there and you meet an HGV coming the other way and you've got to back up 100 metres is really not on, because we're reducing the passing places. So I'm just wondering whether there will be a construction phase management plan in there as a condition, just make sure that that's tightened up just for the construction phase. If we're reducing the passing places, which I don't have a problem with, but during construction I can see that would be a problem for local people.
Yeah, no, just to confirm, there is a condition that requires a construction traffic management plan to be approved prior to commencement. And that we've got a specific construction traffic management plan to deal with these 4 pads essentially. So Highways have reviewed that and given the limited scope of those works, accept that actually the 2 days works, we don't need those passing places. Now, before they do any further works, they'll then need to agree another construction traffic management plan for the wider works. So that will still bite as it does now, and that will include those details about construction traffic. Now, there's conditions about off-site highways works as well. So we've got those matters probably tied down very well between those 2 conditions, mitigation via off-site highways works and construction traffic management plan.
Thank you. Councillor Bambridge, please.
Thank you, Chairman. I have 2 questions, if I may, and the first one is I also am very concerned about the reduction in the passing spaces. I mean, you mentioned that this application was happily accepted, I think, with your words, 3 years ago. Well, that may well be, but you're coming back with some, what I think are substantial changes. I appreciate that some of our experts may not consider them substantial, but I think reducing the passing spaces from 12 to 6 on what is almost a mile of road is considerable. And I think if your application was accepted originally with 12 passing spaces, I'm very disappointed that you've come back and asked us to reduce it to 6. I'm not entirely happy with what I've been told by officers. I'm still considering that, but I think that that is out of order. That's my opinion. And the second question was regarding the substation. I gather you're moving the substation. Can I ask specifically why you're moving it?
Thank you for those questions. So just on the movement of the substation, so two main points here. So the DNO substation, once built, becomes the responsibility of UK Power Networks, and they require unrestricted 24/7 access. So to better enable this, we've relocated what will be their asset for the operation of the solar farm to be relocated in the same field but closer to the public highway, so they have less distance to travel. And in addition, the revised location makes it easier to implement these 4 concrete pads, so we don't have to track across the field to the original location to implement these concrete pads. So that's...
Right. Can I come back, Chairman?
Yeah,
Sorry.
well, that could be years.
I don't think it is.
No, we're wondering the period of time for all construction to have taken place with regards to the usage that these passing bays will get.
Yeah, sure. So happy to address that. So typically for a solar farm of this size, between 30 to 40 weeks for the main construction.
And I'm sorry, am I right in thinking that when you turn in off the main road to Fakenham and you go slightly up the hill, it's then the left fork? Have you been there?
I have been there. I'm just not I'm not from the area. That won't surprise you.
So when you turn in and you go up and it goes left, there's a pit, a chalk works.
Yes, yeah.
That's on your right hand side once you've made that turn. Because if it is, then that road is the road to nowhere, and the other road that you would go right would take you to Spall. Now, that road to Spall is used by every man and his dog in a car, and you pull up on the bank all the time, because I've used that quite considerably, that particular road. But the other one, actually, when I come down from Spall to where that junction, you give way to that silly little road. I've never ever met anyone there, and that's over many, many years of driving. I don't think no one goes up that road, but maybe the odd tractor.
From Rookall's Lane to the site, there is a section of private road. So yeah, it's not.
But it's not one that's going to get masses of usage anyway. This is what my point is, that anyone using that road, a lorry comes along, then it's going to be a battle of who wants to reverse up 50 metres or what have you. Okay, have you been answered or not?
No, I haven't.
Right,
No, I haven't, because I wanted to come back on the substation. I'm very disappointed that you didn't know when you put the original application in that the substation would be handed over to UK Power Networks. That's come as a surprise to you, has it?
So I think the process is that they need to get planning permission, and then they apply to the network to take on the substation, and then and do the link. And then once they've got the link confirmed, then UKPN will give them the parameters of what they want delivered within that site. So ultimately, they've had to amend the permission because UKPN have now put on them requirements. And obviously, as Matt's already pointed out, this makes it easier for UKPN to access that substation and service it than the previous approved plans. So it's a process. It's not, so, you know, it's all part of the process of delivering the solar farm. They couldn't have had those details at the time they were granted planning permission.
Thank you. Well, that then does answer the question. So thank you very much for that. But I am still concerned about that because the parish have apparently, or two parishes have apparently made objections to the relocation of the substation. And I'm not sure we've been entirely given answers to those parishes' objections. Thank you.
Yeah, if I could just clarify those concerns raised by the parish councils. They don't necessarily relate to specifically the relocation of the substation. Their concerns centre on those changes in passing places, which you mentioned, and the broader impacts of any changes on the rural community. Really, as I mentioned, they raised issues and concerns about potential reduction in the control on protected species, great crested newts. So that was one matter that they also raised, and as was also mentioned, they raised potential concerns about changing the infrastructure. And as I mentioned, there is no change from a battery storage to a substation arrangement. That remains as originally proposed. So in terms of those changes to the location of the substation, those weren't specifically raised by the parish councils. It was those other matters, if that helps.
thank you. Councillor Attwell, please.
Yeah, just for a bit more clarity on the passing places, are these going to be temporary constructions, or I would suggest to benefit the local community in the future when the place is finished and built? I'm just wondering whether Highways have made any comment about whether they would adopt them on a permanent basis and therefore maintain them going forward. I know we've got an RWE cable project in my village, and they've had to construct various passing places, and local people say to me, actually, they've been quite handy. We'd like to keep them when the construction work is finished, because we think that's a local improvement. I just wonder whether there's been any comment on that, or is it the intention to basically fill them up again when the project is completed? Has any conversation been had about that?
To be quite honest, I'm not entirely sure if the agreement has been made that they're permanent or if they would be adopted. Certainly, that's a conversation that we're happy to have with the Highways Authority. Yeah, apologies, I can't answer that.
Sorry, Councillor Attawell. So that conversation hasn't been had. The condition on the original permission doesn't require them to be maintained in perpetuity. What I'd say in response to your comments is that obviously this development can only mitigate the harm that's generated by this development, which will be during the construction period. So it would be unreasonable for us to amend that condition for them to be retained in perpetuity. But I'm sure, the applicants here, we're happy to go away and have those conversations. The case officer, Chris, has been in conversations with them all along, and we've been in conversations with the Highways Authority, so we can go away and have those conversations, but it would be unreasonable for you to request that the original permission was updated in that way, because developments are only expected to mitigate the harm that they are generating, and that harm is during construction period.
Okay, just one more clarification then. So are the passing places only going to be in place for the period that the site is constructed, or are they going to remain in place for the lifetime of the site? Because eventually there will come a point where the site effectively can be cleared and the land put back to agricultural use many years from now. So what is the intention? Is it just that you're going to have them for like 12 months and then you're going to dig them all up, and are they going to be filled in again, or is it going to be for the lifetime of the development?
So the period of time that the passing places need to stay in will be the period of construction as a minimum, and that's what the current condition sets out. We are more than happy to go away and have conversations with the Highways Authority and the applicant about retaining them for a longer period. With regards to the decommissioning of the solar farm, so the taking out of that equipment and the need for those passing spaces again, there is a condition which covers off the decommissioning, which includes the things like the removal of equipment for the land. So in the event they are taken away after the construction period, then the decommissioning programme is required to be submitted 6 months before they decommission the site, which includes things like removal of equipment from the site.
So if this committee was so minded, could we impose a condition that the passing places remained in place for the lifetime of the development?
That would be unreasonable, because what traffic impact is there going to be from the solar farm when it's fully constructed and built? It will only be one van once a month going out and checking those substations, and most of those checks are done remotely. So a van would only go out if there was an issue with the equipment on site. There isn't highways impacts, HGVs coming, etc., that cause the impacts on the local road network that need those passing bays. But members, we are more than happy to go away. You know, the applicant will have done the works to put in the passing bays. We are more than happy to go away and have those conversations. What you need to consider in committee today is what is reasonable to condition. And it is not reasonable to require parking bays just to serve the wider community. You can only ask for development to serve this development, which is during construction phase.
Thank you, Councillor Bambridge. Oh no, I've got Councillor Gilbert first, then Councillor Bambridge. Sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sure the answer is going to be no, it's not possible. But something just crossed my mind. Is it possible that that road could be made one way and with another exit? I don't know the area, so I don't know the lane. So it just suddenly crossed my mind. The way to stop using passing bays is to make it one way. Is it possible to go in that way and out another way?
My chairman's telling me to just say no, but what I'm going to say is that's not required by your Highways Authority. So your Highways Authority is your statutory advisor in this regard. They've advised you that A, 6 parking spaces is sufficient to meet the needs of the development during the construction period, and B, that there's no need to reroute the road network for that.
Thank you, Councillor Bambridge again, please.
Well, I just thought the planning department have used the word reasonable and unreasonable a large number of times in that. And I think the people who live in the area might consider that the reduction of parking spaces from 12 to 6 is unreasonable.
Yet still in line with the guidance provided to you, councillors, by your statutory consultees, which is a material consideration in the determination of this planning application.
I thought that parishes were statutory consultees as well.
Actually, they're not. But your technical advisors with regards to the Highways Authority, and obviously we do consult our parish councils on all planning applications, and we will not be stopping doing that, but your technical advice in this matter comes from the Highways Authority, which are your statutory consultee in this regard.
I think also protection of the open countryside, it might be looked upon that 12 passing bays is unreasonable. So
I accept your superior knowledge of the area.
thank you, thank you. Okay, no further questions. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take the vote on this particular item. PL 25-178. This is a major variation, and your officer's recommendation is one of approval. Could I have a show of hands, please? And those against? One.
It's not unanimous.
Okay, and one abstention. Okay, thank you. This is approved. Thank you very much. Moving swiftly on, we now have application at Newton by Castleacre, application PL 2025-1529. And the speakers on this one are Philip Parker, who's the owner, Matthew Turner, who's the operator, and Councillor Mark Kittle-Morris, who is the ward rep. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is application PL 2025-1529 F Min, and it's for the erection of a proposed shop, bakery sales and baking and cooking demonstration area at the George and Dragon Public House in Newton by Castleacre. So here is the red application site boundary with the public house on the road frontage there for you. Here is the site in relation to settlement boundaries, probably stretching it, our boundary, our district boundary, shown with a red star for you. Here is the site in the wider context, so you can see the pub at the front off the road, then car parking to the rear, and there are some holiday lets to the rear. And then this is the existing site layout. You can see the pub at the front of the site, the existing holiday lets marked with the numbers, and then the proposed bakery unit, etc., as in the description in the dark grey for you there. So the unit is a fairly simplistic unit to match that of the existing holiday accommodation in sort of scale and size. And there's some photos of that in a moment. Single story. And then a fairly large open plan layout with some storage, etc., utilities at the back. And here are some photos of the application site. So this is actually the back of the George and Dragon pub. So this is behind it in the car parking area. And then just there where you see those sort of trucks parked is the approximate location of the bakery, etc. And then this is just a further zoomed out location with the approximate location at the end of the car park here. You can just see the corner of one of the holiday lets there. And then this is the access off the main route just down to the access, which you can see there in the distance. And then just a further zoomed out version. This is the access to the holiday lets pubs, back of the pub, the car parking and the proposed bakery. And then back to the location plan. So members will note from the officer report that it is the officer's opinion that the correct policy for assessing this application would be ECO4 of your local plan and ECO5 of the local plan. So ECO4 is about allocated employment land. Fortunately, this site sits outside an allocated employment area. Policy ECO4 allows for employment outside of allocated employment areas where there are no suitable sites available on an allocated site, or there are particular reasons for the development not being located on established or allocated employment site. And those reasons can include the expansion of an existing business, businesses that are based on agriculture, etc., or industries or businesses that would be detrimental to local amenity if they were located elsewhere. As per the assessment in the officer report, this is outside an allocated employment area. The applicant has put in with the application that there aren't any other suitable sites available. However, they've not provided any details of those alternative sites and what was looked at. And the proposal is not considered to be an expansion of an existing business because there's no retail, bakery, etc. in this location. And this is in effect a relocation of this store from outside the district into this local area. And this is not considered to be a sustainable location either, and therefore the proposals are contrary to policy ECO4 of the local plan in that regard. And furthermore, policy ECO5 of the local plan is your retail policy, which seeks to direct retail development to town centres. And that is to protect their vitality and viability. And it only allows for retail outside of retail areas where that's an extension of an existing unit. It's quite specific in that regard. And given this isn't an extension of an existing unit, it's a rebuild of an existing unit, then it's not acceptable in principle in accordance with policy ECO5 either. So in effect, you're generating a new use out contrary to your policies, and it is on that basis that the application has been recommended for refusal in principle. But as you'll see from the officer report, in terms of design, amenity, highways matters were previously an issue, but the applicants worked with the Highways Authority to ensure there's sufficient visibility displays, so those can now be conditioned, and therefore highways remove their earlier rejection. So in terms of design, amenity, highways, flood risk, ecology, the application is considered acceptable. However, members, given that the proposals are contrary to policies in principle, this one's been recommended for refusal. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Kittle-Morris, would like to go first or last? Last, okay, that's fine. Okay, I've got Philip Parker, the owner, and Matthew Turner, the operator. You've got a minute and a half each. Would you like to have a bell at that? Is that fine? Good. Okay, far away.
Good morning, councillors. My name is Phil Parker. I'm the owner of the site. The building proposed in this application will form part of the same business, which is the motel and the pub and the holiday accommodation. It's not a standalone business. The purpose of the bakery is to support the existing operations on the site in two specific ways. First, it will supply all the bread and pastries for the pub. At the moment, these products are delivered to us. By producing them on site, we will remove delivery movements and strengthen our food offer using fresh, locally made produce. Second, and most importantly, the bakery will enable us to provide breakfast for the motel guests between 8 and 10:30. The pub cannot viably open during these hours. Staffing would be too costly for a short breakfast period. Without this bakery, the motel cannot provide breakfast, which limits customer satisfaction and return bookings. The shop element also enables this part of the offer to be more sustainable. So this proposal isn't a new business looking to relocate into the countryside. It's the missing piece of an existing business, one that completes the offer, makes the site more viable and meets customer expectations. The bakery will operate the shared access, servicing, deliveries and shared parking using the infrastructure already on site. This development strengthens what we already have there. It keeps spending local, it creates skilled rural jobs, it reduces food miles by producing goods on site, and it improves the viability of the long-established rural business that contributes to for these reasons, we hope you will support this proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now we've got Matthew Turner, please.
Thank you. Hello, councillors. Thank you for seeing us. I'm Matt Turner. I'm a baker and teacher at Routier Cookery. and I own the lease at the George and Dragons site, which is run by my sister. This proposal is specifically not an independent retail venture. The bakery has been designed primarily to serve the operational needs of the pub and the Pigshed Motel and chalets. Its purpose is to produce artisan sourdough bread and baked goods for the pub and motel guests. In other words, this building supports and completes the existing rural enterprise, creating security and sustainability. And working within a community is an efficient business model. And strengthens what is already here. Visitors who are already coming to the site, whether for the pub or for the motel or passing along the A1065, can also purchase what is being produced on site. So this is one cohesive rural destination. Overall, this is a modest, practical bolt-on that improves the viability of an established commercial brownfield site. It helps existing rural businesses remain competitive and successful without expanding into open countryside. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Councillor Kittle-Morris, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, committee. I've long been an advocate of the establishment and expansion of rural businesses. The relocation of this bakery business is an example of entrepreneurial thinking. The current premises used by the bakery is located on a farm in a redundant farm building situated in a small hamlet of West Acre, which is about 1.5 miles to the west of Castleacre. The building is now not fit for purpose, as it is incapable of expansion to allow the business to grow. Additionally, there is no scope for use of sustainable energy source due to site constraints, which is leading to higher energy costs. Positioning of the new bakery within the curtilage of a pub restaurant and its holiday and overnight accommodation known as Piglets and the Pigshed, very catchy phrases, creates a mutually beneficial relationship between all the businesses, which will enhance the resilience of the existing businesses and strengthen the long-term sustainability of the site. The proposed retail shop and ancillary cooking demonstration space will create 4 new full-time jobs and provide a valuable retail service for residents and tourists. The design of the new building will include renewable energy generation, rainwater harvesting and EV charging points for staff and visitors. The new build bakery will be sited on scrubland within the curtilage of the public house, which could be described as brownfield site. Despite policy ECO4 and ECO5, which are the drivers behind the recommendation refusal, I think that the overall benefits of the local economy outweigh any consideration that this business should be relocated to an allocated employment area within the nearest market town. The town centre location would conflict with the rural identity of the bakery business, which is built around local produce. There are no objections from statutory consultees, as your report actually states. I ask the committee to approve this application against the officer's recommendation of refusal. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, it's open to questions from members. Councillor Attwell, then Councillor Bambridge.
Just looking for some guidance here. I completely agree with what Mark has just said about supporting a rural business. If we were minded to support this, material consideration would be the increased sustainability of the business. Would that be an overriding consideration for us if we were minded to approve it?
It's factually not a sustainable location, but Councillor Kittle-Morris did say that it was his consideration that he said overall the benefits to the local economy, and he discussed jobs, he discussed supporting the pub, he discussed the economic benefits, he discussed that people already visit there. So his wording, if you don't mind me quoting, he said the overall benefits to the local economy outweigh the harm to the conflict with policy ECO4 and ECO5. Members, I would suggest that is a really logical way to approach the site if you wanted to, in that, you know, Councillor Kittle-Morris has clearly accepted that there is conflict with those policies and therefore you are still in line with those policies, but your other material considerations are your local economy and the benefits that Councillor Kiddle-Morris has set out. So I would suggest that would be a better route than sustainability, but obviously members, it's completely within your remit to come up with your own decision in that regard.
Thank you. Councillor Bambridge.
Thank you. Well, I was going to come up with similar comments, and I read carefully, and I just reread again your comment on the application, Rebecca, and I think it is able to be challenged along the lines that you have just suggested. So thank you for putting those words in. I did just want to ask, before I finish this, the applicant, what sort of percentage of work that the bakery does do you think will be on off-site sales?
Yes, difficult to know, but having that stream of revenue early in the morning really kicks us off, gives us a good head start. I suspect, 30 to 40% potentially of bakery sales would come from the motel business alone.
It'll do us breakfast, you see. We can't offer breakfast to people, and it often puts people off. So this will provide them, fresh croissants and bread and stuff, which I think will be good for that business.
I was going to come to breakfast and so on. I think we can tie this bakery business in substantially to the pub and the surrounding businesses for it. And I think if they are planning on 40% or so of their potential sales coming from that side, I think it is reasonable for us to consider a challenge to your position on it. And I'm sorry, it's not Get It Becky week.
One planner. Okay, we're there. Any other questions from members at all? Okay. I'd just like to say as well that pubs are always going through a difficult time, and that's not in question at this moment. And it wasn't too long ago that the Newton George, which sits on the head of the road, on that main road from Fakenham to Swaffham, was closed. I don't know how many years I'm going back now, but it was boarded up then for quite a considerable amount of time, which was an eyesore. It opened up possibly in a difficult economic time then, but they really put some heart and soul into the addition of the motel features at the back. Have been, from what I've heard of friends, are very successful and do their part to help with drinking and eating in the pub itself. So I personally, and I'm not leading members, but I personally think this is a good addition to that site. And I don't feel that the building in question is virtually identical to the existing ones there. So it's not as if it's 5-story with a big chimney. Okay, that's my little bit. I'm allowed to say, but not lead the members. So no further questions. Then I'm going to take the vote on this particular item, which is Newton by Castleacre, the George and Dragon Public House, PL 2025-1529. Your officer's recommendation is one of refusal. Could I have a show of hands, please? No one? How strange. Okay, from the floor, could I have a proposer with Councillor Attwell, please?
What Becky said.
What Becky
Do you want me to repeat it?
That's my proposal.
So my right-hand woman is now become your right-hand woman, if you'd like to just put that in position.
Well, I feel bad because it was Councillor Kiddle-Morris, but I'll repeat what you said. The overall benefits to the local economy outweigh the harm to the conflict with policy ECO4 and ECO5.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that, please? Councillor Bowes, thank you. So from the floor, your recommendation is that we approve this item at Newton Buckasley. Could I have a show of hands, please? And that's unanimous. I'll put my hand up as well for change. Thank you. Any extra conditions that we need to cover off?
No,
but
are members happy to delegate them?
Members happy to delegate any? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you, gentlemen. This has been approved. Thank you. Thank you very much. We will have just a brief 10 minutes to get a coffee and a comfort break after your time yesterday in full council when you weren't allowed to have tea or tea. Well, there's a different chairman here today. 10 minutes, please. So we'll actually restart at 1:15, please. Thank you. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We return back to our meeting now. We're on item 9C, which is at Sam Tony, application PL 2025-1186. Our speakers on this are Neil Garriock, who's the applicant.
Nigel, yeah.
Oh, yeah. How could I not read that? I'm a Nigel as well, and I looked at that and I thought it said Neil. Can't even read my own name. Okay. I have to add also Jonathan McDermott, who's the agent, and Councillor Helen Crane. I had to laugh because the last guy was struggling to read his own writing on his presentation. And I thought that was funny, and I can't even read my own name, which is terrible. Okay, over to you, Ed, please.
Invited another lady. I don't know if you want her name
Oh.
for the record.
Yes, my dear. And you are?
Selina. She's our care provider from Enabled Healthcare. If anybody wishes to ask any questions.
Right, Abselina.
Selina.
Oh, just Selina.
Selina's fine.
Selina.
Right, gotcha. Selina. So Selina. Yep, just there for questions. Thank you. Okay.
Just for clarity and transparency, we've had a document from the
Okay.
applicant.
Have all members received the?
I think
No.
they should have had them. It was out on, oh, okay.
Can I have a show of hands who received this presentation, please? That's easier. Everyone apart from Councillor Banbridge and Councillor Atwell. Okay, fine. So that's that one there, you.
Yeah. Do you, Roger?
Councillor Atwell? Yeah, it's a florid version of what is in the agenda. Just puts a little bit of sauce on top of the meat. Thank you. Far away, please. I'm waiting for you to
Yeah,
ask.
so just for clarity from the solicitor, I am all right to sit in on this, being I'm being presented with information this late in the proceedings compared to everybody else.
It's lobbying, it's not information for the application.
Yeah.
Just for the record. They were lobbied, they weren't, it's not from us.
Yes.
Yep.
And I assume the same will apply to me.
Well,
No, you, no.
And,
You're special.
and,
yes, just
Yeah.
for clarity, I'm not going to.
and in its own form and right, it will also apply to the solicitor who hasn't seen it.
Well, I'm not voting, but anyhow,
No,
let's
that's
carry
fine.
on. Sorry.
We're carrying on. Okay, over to you, Ed, please.
Is that working? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. So this is a full planning application for PL 2025-1186 FMIN, and this full application seeks the erection of 7 lifetime care single-storey dwelling houses under use class C3 with associated works and landscaping on existing land associated with Fiona's Meadows, Checkers Lane, Same Tony. Just for clarity, use class C3B is defined as a shared household for up to 6 people living together as a single household and where care is provided to the occupants living in the dwellings. So the application has been referred to Planning Committee by the recommendation at Chairman's panel, following a calling request made by the local ward representative. I'll just quickly touch on the supplementaries as well. So I have done a supplementary report where additional information was received post the committee report being published with regards to the appropriate assessment that we've had to carry out as part of Norfolk RAMS. and we have received comments from Natural England raising no objection, subject to appropriate mitigation being secured towards Norfolk Rams. But we don't consider this would change the overall recommendation of the application. So that's just addressed in the supplementary report. So the location plan. So the application site forms part of the gated community within the applicant's control of Checkers Lane. And you can see here that there's 4 dwellings already that have been built out and are in control and ownership of the applicant. So those are to the south, and they were permitted under 2 planning permissions in 2018 and 2019, with additional barn conversions and cottages further to the south. You can't really see that well from the plan, but around there approximately. So the development proposal shall be using the existing access here that currently serves these existing dwellings to the south of the site. There's also Meadow Farmhouse, which is 100 metres further to the south here, which is a Grade 2 listed farmhouse. However, we don't consider that the development proposal will materially impact the setting and significance of that designated heritage asset, and this is reaffirmed by the Historic Buildings Officer's recommendation of no objection to proposals. So the application site is also located within open countryside, as you can see better with this image here of the site in the wider context. So you've got open agricultural fields to the east of the site, as well as further to the north as well. And there's very limited sporadic development surrounding the area in terms of there's existing ribbon development with the site already, with the 4 dwellings to the south here, as well as further to the west. So that's sort of a key characteristics of the surrounding area. So also you can see the site as well is bounded by existing trees, mature trees, along the northern and eastern boundaries of the site here. The application site is 0.49 hectares and comprises primarily of amenity grassland, with a pond as well located towards the south of the site, which is also being retained as part of the scheme. There's also a shed as well for the fishing hut for the pond. But as the site is under 5 hectares, it's not required to meet, it's not meeting the threshold of the policy requirement of House 7. So no affordable housing is required for the scheme as a result. So yeah, that's the site in wider context. So as you can see here from this image, the application site is approximately over 200 metres outside the settlement boundary of Same Tony, and therefore, as development proposals required to be immediately adjacent to the settlement boundary within Same Tony, the development proposal would not be considered acceptable in this instance. In addition, the Same Tony Neighbourhood Plan allocates sites to housing and is less than 5 years old. Therefore, the tilted balance and presumption of sustainable development is not engaged on this basis, and therefore there is evident policy conflict with policies Gen 01, Gen 03, Gen 05 and HAL 4 of the Breckland Local Plan in this regard. So the proposed site layout plan. So this comprises of the proposed dwellings, which are angled to surround the existing pond here, so front onto the pond, and have defined surveillance and frontage of this existing feature. So the layout is considered to be a lower density scheme of 14 dwellings per hectare, which is in keeping with the urban grain of the surrounding development, as well as making effective use of the land and allows for generous plot sizing that affords adequate levels of private amenity space for future occupiers of each dwelling. In addition, it's considered to also be adequate separation distance between the rear elevation of the dwellings and the existing mature trees. Therefore, there's no longer considered to be any sort of adverse overbearing, overshadowing impacts from these existing features, and therefore, on balance, we consider that the scheme is acceptable in layout terms and in accordance with policies Gen 02, Com01, as well as amenity terms in regards to policy Com03. Just touching briefly on a condition as well, that there are no precise details in terms of the surfacing for the driveway or the sort of landscaping features on the site. However, we feel that the imposition of the hard and soft landscaping condition can appropriately deal with this matter. So yeah, that's the sort of site layout. So these are the proposed elevations of plots 1 and 2. So these comprise of 3 single-storey, 3-bed semi-detached dwellings, which have projecting front and rear gables with wide vertical windows and the porch entrance door and adjoining side garage. The proposed palette of materials for this house type, as well as the other house types across the scheme, comprise of dark-coloured pan tiles for the roof, red multi-brick and cream horizontal timber cladding for the walls. We haven't got precise details in terms of external materials. However, we feel that this matter can be dealt with via a suitably worded planning condition to secure those precise details. However, we would like to emphasise, and we'll show later on in the presentation, with regards to the neighbouring dwellings, that this design approach really responds to the surrounding development to the south, and therefore again responds in accordance with Policy Commo 1 and Policy Gen 2 with regards to responding appropriately to the surrounding area. So this is a sort of the floor plan for plots 1 and 2, where there are 2 bedrooms for the residents, a carer's room, and a large open plan living room and kitchen. This is plot 3, which is a detached single-storey 4-bedroom dwelling with an adjoining carport garage side linked. The proposed built form, as you can see better from the floor plan, comprises of 2 front projecting gables and 2 rear projecting gables with a centrally located entrance door and a front elevation. And this floor plan shows that the dwelling comprises of 3 residential bedrooms, 1 carer's room, and an open plan living and kitchen area again. So plots 4 and 5 comprise of a pair of single stories, 2-bed semi-detached dwellings here. So again, sort of very similar design approach, as you can see, with the gable ends and projections, a fenestration. That's all right. Again, the internal arrangements comprise of 1 resident's bedroom and a carer's room, as well as 1 open plan living and kitchen room. And then finally, plots 6 and 7 comprise of a pair of single-storey, 3-bedroom detached dwellings with inward-facing adjoining side garages, which connect the dwellings together. And again, this is also considered to be very similar in built form and as a continuation to the scheme as a whole. And finally, the sort of internal layout. This comprises of 2 residence bedrooms, 1 carer's room, and also again that sort of open plan kitchen living area. And as a result, we consider that the proposed built form, scale, fenestration, and appearance of the proposed dwellings exhibit high quality design and responds appropriately to the surrounding area, and therefore strongly accords with policies Commo 1 and Gen 2 of the Breckland local plan. So, as touched upon previously, there is policy conflict with HAL 4 with regards to this development being located outside the settlement boundary of Same Tony. However, as a development proposal is for specialist housing, regard is also given to policy HAL 9 of the Breckland local plan. But however, the development as a whole conflicts with this policy, as a development proposal is not located within a higher order settlement, which is usually defined within the policy wording as either being a key market town or local service centre, and obviously Same Tony is a village with boundaries, so it's considered to be a lower order settlement. And in addition, there is a heavy reliance on a private vehicle to access the sites, and therefore this is also reflected in Highways comments with regards to sustainability. Whilst this policy conflict is considered, significant material weighting in the overall planning balance must be given to the development proposal, providing for a sensitive expansion to an already established lifetime care facility by the applicant, and provides much needed additional care facilities within a district. As part of this sort of demonstration that this is a genuine expansion to an existing care facility, extensive evidence has been supplied to the local planning authority, which includes a planning statement made by that details that the adjoining development of Fiona's Meadows is a specialist supported living community that comprises of high quality accommodation for individuals requiring daily or continuous care, and this is considered to be continued as a result of the additional 7 dwellings, which also is considered to meet identified housing shortfall of residents requiring specially adapted dwellings as identified within the Breckland Housing Strategy of 2024. In addition, this statement details that each future resident will have an assessed care need and shall be supported by an on-site 24-hour on-call care provider, and that the estate, which is also controlled by the applicant, will be operated as a specialist care community and therefore is not considered to be general market housing. As you can see up here as well, these are the detailed floor plans of each house type. So got plots 1, 2, 6 and 7 here, plot 3 and then plots 4 and 5, referred to as type A, B and C respectively. So these provide a detailed commentary as to the justification behind the internal layout and how these support the overall care approach proposed by the development. These are considered to meet the needs of the future occupiers, an existing care model where residents can live independently while also receiving personalised care within their own homes. The ground floor living arrangements and accessible wet rooms allow residents to maintain independence whilst enabling carers to assist safely, and this open plan layout is considered to support unobtrusive supervision during scheduled visits without creating an institutional feel. In addition, further evidence which corroborates the points made within the floor plans and supporting statement include a sworn statutory declaration made by the applicant, which confirms that existing arrangements at Fiona's Meadows and how the existing arrangements can also be accommodated with the 7 additional dwellings. This is also discussed in detail by the supporting statement provided by Enable Healthcare Solutions, which states that the care that they already provide on site will not be altered as a result of the additional 7 dwellings, and this care provided is also consistent with Norfolk's adult social care strategy. So the supporting statement also confirms that the organisational structure comprises of a registered manager who already serves the existing 4 dwellings with additional supporting staff who are also on night response, as well as on-call provision, as well as provides scheme support for staff members as well. So Enable Healthcare consider that the expansion improves viability as shared management costs are spread across more units and therefore was considered to be more efficient as well as more attractive for long-term care commissioning, and it therefore strengthens Enable Healthcare's ability to maintain stable staffing. So in light of the extensive support and evidence submitted by the applicant and planning agent to the local planning authority, we are content that the development represents a genuine extension to an already established planning use class C3B care facility that is immediately adjacent to the site, and therefore that we consider that this to outweigh the policy conflict with policy HAL 9, specifically criterion B, as well as the development proposal would meet an identified shortage of assisted living units within the district, with an identified shortfall of 504 extra care dwellings in Breckland. So we'd also consider that material weight must be given to the introduction of seven dwellings would also make a positive contribution to the local planning authority's shortfall in housing supply, which also adds material weight to the granting of planning permission in light of the policy conflict. In In addition, an extension of the existing facility is also likely to maintain its long-term viability in accordance with paragraph 83 of the NPPF. In addition, paragraph 61 of the NPPF seeks to identify land which meets housing requirements, including provisions for older people, including those who require retirement housing, housing with care and care homes. And this is also reiterated in paragraph 63 of the NPPF. So given that the proposals are in character with the existing operation and would be an extension to this existing provision of care, we consider that the overarching principal development of the scheme would be supported. To ensure that development is strongly controlled as genuine C3B housing, we've decided, following legal advice received, to condition the use of the development as solely for the purposes of use class C3, and this is included as a suitably worded planning condition. It is also proposed to remove permitted development rights for any large improvement or other alterations under classes A, B, C, D and E of Part 1 of Schedule 2 of the GDPO to ensure that the works are essential for the continuation of the dwellings and not result in any alterations to support market housing. So just quickly, the site photos, you can see that this is the existing access, which isn't proposed to be altered, but there will be an extension to this existing access via the proposed 7 dwellings. So this is sort of looking sort of north east towards the access here, and you can see the pond to your right here. And again, this is just another perspective on the other side where you can see the pond more clearly. This is sort of looking northeast from the access. You can see most of the dwellings are going to be sited here roughly, and obviously set back from these existing mature trees along the eastern boundary of the site. This is sort of looking southwest, and you can start to see the sort of existing 4 dwellings here as well. There should be another one close up, but again, the trees are considered to be very well set back from where the proposed dwellings are going to be sited. So this is also sort of looking more westwards from the sort of northeastern corner of the site. And you can see here that, again, the dwellings that are already there are consistent in design and built form with the proposed development as a whole. So again, this is considered to be acceptable in design terms, responding to the surrounding context. And then you can see this is the access road as well, going towards the sort of the gate. So this is where the proposed access will also be using the existing access arrangements. So in terms of highways matters, this is using existing private access which serves the dwellings, which also falls within the applicant's control. The Highways Authority were formally consulted and stated that suitable visibility and access construction can be attained, which meets highway specification, and these matters have been suitably addressed by appropriately worded planning conditions, and therefore the proposal cannot be refused on highway safety grounds. The Highways Authority do state that given the nature of Chequers Lane, together with the surrounding adopted highways network and lack of satisfactory pedestrian refuge, the residents of the development would necessarily have a high reliance on travelling by private car, which is contrary to the aims of the NPPF. However, it is accepted that many of the future residents will be heavily reliant on the private car because obviously this is the sort of care that they receive. They might not be able to walk themselves or have significant mobility issues. So therefore, we do not consider that the proposed, this is outweighed by the care provided, which is highly dependent on a private vehicle, and obviously the residents highly benefit from the private vehicle to access the local amenities that they need. And then just finally, in terms of other constraints briefly, so parts of the proposed access sites, proposed access for sites are roughly around here, are located within areas of high surface water flood risk, with the remainder of the site being remainder of other parts of the access, being a medium to low risk. However, the dwellings themselves, as well as the built form associated with the development, is located in areas that are of very low risk and in a flood zone 1. So we don't consider that the development would introduce the increased vulnerability of the site as a whole. In terms of the so a flood risk assessment was submitted and obviously demonstrates that the dwellings are and the other proposed built development is located outside of flood risk. However, we need to ensure that suitable means of escape in the event of flooding can be achieved, and therefore a flood emergency evacuation plan was provided by the planning agent, which outlines a clear strategy and flood warnings and evacuation plans where emergency vehicles would be able to enter and leave the site via the existing access, as well as rescue residents in the event of flood risk. And upon reviewing the submitted FRA and the emergency evacuation plan, we are satisfied that development proposals would have safe access and escape rooms in the event of flood risk, and the development is not vulnerable to flood risk as a whole. Other matters such as trees, ecology, unilateral undertaking have also been suitably addressed and obviously will be conditioned as part of the recommendation of approval. So therefore, in light of the overall planning balance of the scheme, despite the overall non-compliance of the proposals with the development plan as a whole, it is considered that that there are other material planning considerations that outweigh this overall non-compliance, and therefore the officer recommendation is one of approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Councillor Crane, would you like to go first or last? Okay, thank you. We've got the applicant, Nigel Garriak, and you've got a minute and a half, sorry.
Chair, members of the committee, of our committee, thank you for listening to us this morning. I would just like to shine a light on the people the policies are designed to protect. Picture, if you will, two futures for the same elderly resident. In one, they leave their home for an institutional setting, unfamiliar surroundings, fixed routines, and separation from the people and comforts that matters most. In the other, they remain in a real home, purpose-built for their needs, with familiar surroundings, family visits, which cater for overnight stays of family, and the ability to continue their lives alongside their pets that have so often been their closest companions, with 24-hour care wrapped closely around them. Fiona's Meadow is designed to deliver that future. It is a purpose-built, not adapted housing created specifically for older people and those living with dementia. It provides tailored supportive care, which can increase as needs change without the disruption or distress. There is a clear and growing need for this type of accommodation in our district, and there is no comparable small-scale home-based assisted living provision locally. Fiona's Meadow improves dignity by allowing people to live in their own home environment rather than an institution, while easing pressure on traditional care homes and hospitals and contributing positively to the health and well-being of our people in our district. Members, this is not just a development, it is a better way of caring for our people. I respectfully ask you to support this application. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I've got Jonathan McDermott, who's the agent. A minute and a half, if possible, sir.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks again to the officers who have worked so diligently on this application, and to you members for allowing us to speak. Members, we've heard today about the importance of the planning balance. We heard that in the previous application. And what we're looking at here is exactly the same thing again. We're looking at balancing policy against need. Now, in the district, as you've heard from the officer, there is a profound need for housing for older persons in your housing needs strategy. That's priority 4. What this development seeks to do is provide dignity and comfort to those inside of that care provision, inside of that type of person who would otherwise have to go into an institutionalised setting. I want to reflect on my own experience of this because I think that's so important. My grandmother died of dementia, but she was placed in an institution. Now, inside that institution, she faded away. With dementia care, for example, you have to have familiarity. You have to be able to touch upon things that relate to you and relate to your own memory. Otherwise, you do fade away. In this setting, that's what you're allowing to happen. You're allowing those important touch points, that scale of familiarity, that allowance to even retain your pets in a setting which is an addition to an existing care setting. I cannot stress to you, and I cannot commend this scheme enough as a positive, forward-thinking and compassionate way of looking after our elderly and those in need of care. Thank you so much.
Councillor Crane, please.
Chair and committee, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I am here to support this planning application and I thank officers for bringing it forward with a recommendation of approval. Last summer, I was invited by Mr. Garriock to visit the site and see the homes that have already been built and were occupied. And what I saw stayed with me. Mr. Garriock's vision is simple but powerful: to create proper homes for people who need extra care or are approaching the end of their lives, supported by a professional healthcare team. These homes will remain in perpetuity for that purpose, secured legally, so they will always serve those in need. While I was there, I met two residents. One gentleman was receiving end-of-life care. It was, of course, a sad situation, but what struck me most was not sadness, it was dignity. He was being cared for by a healthcare team, yes, but he was also still living with his wife. They were together in their own home, and their dog was there too. That matters more than we can sometimes acknowledge. For many of us, home is not just a building, it is comfort, it is familiarity, it is the ability to close your own front door, to have your own space, to sit with your partner, to have your pet at your feet. That sense of normality does not stop being important just because somebody needs care. These are not adapted houses squeezed into a different role. They are purpose-built homes designed from the outset for this stage of life, and I stress the word homes because that is exactly what they are while occupied. In Breckland and across Norfolk, we are short of this kind of provision. Too often the only options are a care home placement or hospice care, both of which face shortages of bed spaces. Choice is limited, independence is reduced, families are separated from the routines and surroundings that bring comfort. This proposal offers something different, something compassionate. It allows people to receive professional care while maintaining dignity, companionship, and a sense of home. When we talk about planning, we often focus on policy, numbers, and technical detail. But at its heart, this is about people, about how we want members of our community to live at one of the most vulnerable times of their lives. For me, having seen it firsthand, this development provides a thoughtful and much needed alternative. And for those reasons, I wholeheartedly support this application and its recommendation of approval. Thank you.
Yes, Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Just to say that Councillor Crane said there that the C3B care element would be secured by a legal agreement. We're actually recommending in the report that we secure it by condition, and that's perfectly acceptable to deal with it that way, and we have enough control over that in that way. That's condition 3 in your report. However, hearing what Councillor Crane and all the other people have said about living with next in kin, the way that the condition's been specifically written, that doesn't actually allow for that. So in the event that members were to accept the recommendation of approval today, we would like to ask for delegation as well to work on that condition with our legal team to ensure that while those people in need of care are living in those situations, that they are allowed to live there, obviously with their family members. So yeah, that's just an important thing that I've just picked up there, members. So if you were to delegate, if you were to approved, then I would ask for delegation over the specific wording of that condition, please. That's condition 3.
Thank you. It's open to questions from members, and would members consider also that we have our young lady from the care side of it, if you needed to ask a technical question as to whether when you buy one of these, will you have your bed turned down, starting with Councillor Bambridge.
Well, I just thought I'd get in before you booked me a space to get rid of me. I have two thoughts that I would like to ask question on. First of all, how many people will you have on the site in the bungalows?
It'll be
dependent. There'll always be somebody on site via Enable Healthcare who are CQC registered, but it really depends on the requirements of the residents. You know, some obviously require more 24-hour care, as is we've had in the recent past, and some just need 1 or 2 visits, mainly in the morning or in the late afternoon. It really is dependent on their care needs.
Sorry, I worded my question badly. I was really asking how many residents you're catering for. I accepted from the presentation that you would have sufficient carers on site at all times to deal with the residents. But it was mentioned we had 504 vacant people, as it were, looking for somewhere like this. Right. And I accept that in Breckland, we're often told we don't have enough of this sort of properties. So I just wondered how many you would be catering for on that site. And then I do have another question.
Rebecca, please.
So it's 7 individual bungalows, so it'd be 7 individual families, and obviously there could be 1 person in need of care. Ultimately, I guess if both adults, I'm saying adults, but it's essentially directed to older generations, it's fair to say that, isn't it? So I guess if both partners were in need of care, then that would be acceptable too, but it's 7 families. So it could be 7 people, I guess it could be 14 people, but it's probably unlikely. The whole concept is that you get to stay with your family member who's in need of care through that process, and that they're not moved out of that family setting.
Thank you. And my other concern was, and this may be that you've taken care of it anyway, but there didn't seem to be much room for outside activity. You've got a lot of space, and yet it looked as though there wasn't much room for outside activity, and sometimes older people who may have restricted movement do enjoy some outside activity.
Yes, again, it depends. We're really
Put your microphone on, please.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I beg your pardon. Yeah, I agree. It depends on the amount of care that they require. For instance, we recently had a couple, one of which sadly died probably 5 weeks ago. But he died in his own home with his wife and dog. They're not the sort of people that really want to go out, that we're catering for, and really want to go out on sightseeing. However, this could be accommodated, if so be it. It's really for people that, need to be cared for quite substantially. And, if they are capable of going out, of course, they have the facility to do so. But maybe in the future, we would facilitate that as well.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Attwell, please.
It's got a few points I want to raise, Chairman. On the flood risk, is that derived from the pond, or is there a nearby watercourse?
It's a surface water flow path that runs along the road. So actually the only point of flood risk is the access point into the site. That's correct, isn't it?
And while I'm on the subject of the pond, and I speak from tragic experience here. In my own village, we had dementia care patients who escaped care home, and she was found sadly drowned in open water, ditch water. I do think that if you have got dementia patients on site, and I forgive me, I don't know how rigorous the care on site will be looking after these people. I presume it's on like a call button type thing where they can call for assistance. Is there going to be a presence on site 24/7, and will there have to be some means of making that pond area safe? So that's my next question, and then I've got one more if you can answer.
Your intention.
Sorry. You go ahead and then I'll.
Okay, so in terms of the provision of care, yes, there will be 24-hour support on site. That much is clear. In terms of securing the pond, making the pond safe, there are a number of different mechanisms that we could employ. For example, a low fence to just, say, a 1 metre high fence that surrounds the pond to give that bit of barrier protection. And that could be something, if you're so minded, I'm sure Rebecca would agree, could be the subject of the landscaping and surfacing condition, an addendum to that, to deal with the securing of the pond area.
In terms of the condition for the C3B, I think this will require a Section 106 agreement, simply because there's lots of variations of things that could potentially happen here, and the people who are going to be cared for. What happens if the person that needs the care passes away? Do the families automatically have a right to stay in the house? And that type of thing. And we've done it, care facilities just like this in my village, where we've had to have a Section 106, which just drills down a little bit of the detail. I'm quite happy for that to be delegated to the officers, but I think that's a mechanism that needs to be looked at, in all honesty.
So we've already discussed the need for a Section 106 agreement versus a condition with our legal team. A Section 106 agreement is only required really if you're securing monetary amounts, which isn't the case in this instance. And if members recall, we recently dealt with the Brentag, which was hundreds of units for care, and it's all dealt with via condition. It's not needed to be a Section 106 agreement. And actually for the local planning authority, it's easier to enforce a condition than it is a Section 106 agreement. And this is all outlined in the PAS guidance, which is very, very clear on where you can use a planning commission condition, you shouldn't jump to a Section 106 agreement. And also that enforceability of those conditions is actually easier for the local authority. And this is all set out in the PAS guidance. So we have had these conversations with our legal team. Again, I would point you back to the Brentag scheme. There's no Section 106 agreement with that to secure that as care. However, that said, as I pointed out right at the very beginning, I have reread Condition 3, and I'm not satisfied that that adequately allows for next of kin to stay in the property in the event, unfortunately, somebody might pass. Yeah, hold on. In which case, I think that condition should be widened in scope to allow that to happen. And if members are happy for me to delegate that, then I'm happy to widen the scope of that condition. But essentially what it would mean, councillors, is that when you move in / purchase / occupy that building, that initially you need someone whose requirement for care under that C3B category. And then unfortunately, if something were to happen to them, then their family member could stay. That's what I'm suggesting. You may disagree with that. Chairman, the applicant would like to say something.
Yes, sir.
Sorry,
Briefly, please.
That's exactly what I meant. They're not, family members cannot live in the property with them. It is when they get to the point where things aren't looking good, which we've had on 2 occasions. Family members like to be with their dying, for want of a better word, people. So they can sit there, hold their hands while it's happening. And if that takes overnight, so be it. I would not want to suggest that family members are going to be living there, because they're not. Similar to a nursing home, you know, but it would be purely for last minute.
Yeah, hold on. Apologies then, I did, so the condition actually is correct in that the only occupants of those dwellings long-term, so if unfortunately something did happen to them, I don't know how to put this, then that would then become available for the next person in need of those services. Okay, apologies members, I did mislead you, I didn't mean to. It's just in the presentations at the beginning, what I was hearing was about families living together. So the units themselves are solely for people in need of care, and then there is an opportunity for their family members to visit and stay with them at the end if need be. So actually the condition 3 wording is correct, that those buildings will only be occupied for C3B users. So apologies, I did mislead you there. So there isn't an opportunity to then, unfortunately, if your partner was to pass, to then stay on in that unit. So I did mislead you there, apologies.
So if I can just give a scenario as well while we're just on that subject is, if there's an elderly couple living in there, and they're okay, they're fine, they're doing well, but say their son and his wife live down on the south coast and come up for the weekend, would they be all right to have a couple of days in there? That's, I mean, I'd find it acceptable, but I'd hate to think that they have to go off somewhere else.
That would be down to the policy, whether they would allow for that. I'm very comfortable with that, but it's literally down to the policy. But they're not going to be living there as such. It is really when it is last minute, which we've experienced, you know.
Can I come in on this very quickly?
Cover that and then we'll take Councillor Atwell.
So the point of the condition is that the principal occupation of that dwelling is for people in need of C3 care. Yeah. That would not prevent your son or your daughter coming up for the weekend and staying for you. It's that the principal occupation of that property, obviously, if the son and daughter move in and live there for 10 years, that is in breach of that condition. Yeah. So just to be really clear, it's what is happening 90% of the time. That's essentially what we're looking for. But yes, you can have people come and stay under the current wording of that condition.
Councillor Atwell.
Okay, so just for clarification then, because the waters are really muddied here now, as far as I'm concerned. So the gentleman has just said that this is going to be, and you're saying this is the care is for somebody, it sounds like palliative care almost, who's going to be, you know, end of life, the outlook's not looking good, I think is the words the gentleman used. Say for instance, I was an elderly person, me and my wife, and one of us needed care, can we both move into this bungalow? Because obviously the only way I'm going to be able to do that or be able to afford to move in there would probably be sell my own property to move into this one where I could have supported care to look after my wife. And then obviously if she was to pass away, I would then expect to have to find alternative accommodation somewhere else. The way you're wording this at the moment says to me that that can only be the person with the care, and that's why I come back to the need for a Section 106 agreement, because I don't think this can be tied up with conditions. There needs to be, we're talking about policy, I'm not sure what policy we're referring to now, and I just want to be clear who's going to move into these properties. I would think anybody, especially dementia person suffering from dementia, if they've got a partner, long-term partner, husband who's looking after them, I would expect them to be able to move into that bungalow with them. So I really need some clarification about what we're trying to do here. If it's a case of it's just the patient and it's almost like palliative care, end of life, then I think we're looking at a completely different scenario here. And I'm not sure that in that scenario I can support that, because I think this should be for the nearest and dearest to live with them as well. And that's what happens on all the other accommodation, I believe. Certainly, I've got lots of this accommodation in my village.
Right. So don't forget, we're not approving this under a housing policy. So the scenario that you're describing, where a family lives there and then if unfortunately something happens, they get to stay. That's a house. And you know, in principle, this is contrary to all our housing policies. And Sayham Tony does have an up-to-date neighbourhood plan. What the applicants are proposing is not that. They're proposing a C3B. So what they're saying is that once somebody is in need of that high level of care, then this accommodation is available to them. This accommodation isn't meant for a family to live there and carry on living there. Unfortunately, after that person is passed, it would then move on to the next person. And that's why it falls into how, you just skipped it, 7, is it? 9. How 9? So the specialist housing policy. So it's to meet the needs of care. So ultimately, it is in compliance with policy How 9. It's not a new house, it's a care facility, so that there's that constant churn of this care facility. Now, in the event the husband, the wife, the daughter, the son wants to come at the end, there is accommodation within the bungalows for them to be able to stay there, but it's not for their permanent accommodation. And the way that condition 3 is written is absolutely written as such. So only, development hereby permitted shall be strictly used as lifetime care homes under C3B and for no other purpose. And that was the way that the condition was written. And when I was hearing the presentations, I thought, oh, hold on a minute, this doesn't allow for people to stay. But what Nigel has confirmed is that's not their intention at all. The intention is to provide that end of life, essentially. I don't want to use the wrong language, apologies if I am, Selina, care, and then that will then come available for the next person. So it really is meeting that need, that 556
504 dwellings
of care. So it's then not caught up with other family members going forward. Is that correct?
It's not palliatively care that we're primarily just offering. I'll give you an example. We have a lovely lady, Mrs. Lyons, and her husband, who had severe dementia, and she can stay currently, although it's not part of this. This is an extension, but she can stay. She has stage 4 cancer. So she automatically becomes able to stay in my existing properties. When that scenario happens again after this one, that'll continue. However, it's a bit like a nursing home. You can't, as I say, not this is like a nursing home, but it's a bit like having the policy of a nursing home where the resident who's ill or needs care, as soon as they pass on, that becomes available for the next person down the line, if you see what I mean.
Go on, you go first.
For clarity then, Chairman, I think what I'm hearing is that somebody who's living in one of these bungalows is just purely renting the space, bit like if I want to put Granny into a care home and basically pay for her care fees to be in that room. When she passes away, I cease paying the care fees and somebody else moves in. Or is it the case that the bungalow itself has to be purchased on a leasehold basis, and then when the person dies, the leasehold has to be sold on to another occupant? Because that's different, and that's I've got that scenario in my village where you have to buy the bungalow on a leasehold basis, the Section 106, the care package and everything else linked to a care home. Am I hearing that isn't how this is? So you buy it, effectively, it'd be like a care home room, but in a separate bungalow. That's what we're saying.
I apologise for the discussion, but we just want to get this straight as we're going forward, because members need to know what they're actually voting for. And I have 2 questions on that. You made a big point of the fact that they could move in and feel like they're at home with their cat or their dog, then have that cat or the dog, but they can't have the husband. Is that strictly true? I know that was if my wife was in there, she'd be happy living with the cat and not have me there. But equally, I would then add to that, why have we got one with 4 bedrooms?
Because 4 4 people with care can stay in the same house.
4 separate
With-
people not related.
Correct.
Gotcha. Okay. Councillor Wilkinson, I've still got you on my list.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Councillor Ashwell's seek clarity a little bit, and basically it's the occupants would just pay a fee to go into there rather than a big care home. But you did mention about the dogs and the cats, and the husband or wife or spouse could stay with them. Like Councillor Ashwell mentioned, if there's only the one party needs the care, then what happens to the, if they've had to sell the house to pay for that care, what happens then to the person who's left behind? I know it's not to do with planning, but there's too much thrown into the mix. It's either a care home space for that one person, and then that's it. So. As Breckland's representative on the Norfolk and Waveney Health House Committee at County Hall, we do get feedback that these care facilities are really welcomed because they've found figures that they cut down on NHS and the ambulance service as well, with the 24-hour care with the experienced carers. So that's a good point for considering this.
Okay, Councillor Bambridge, please. Then I think we'll go to a vote.
Thank you. Just to be clear in my mind, when I asked my earlier question, it was answered by, I think, Rebecca, that this was accommodation for 7 people. I think from the answer we just got from the Nigel that's over there is that it is going to be for several more than 7 people. I mean, it's going to be something closer to 15 or so, isn't it?
Can we bring this back to planning policy? So we can investigate a whole different way of scenarios of how this is going to be met. So factually, 7 bungalows is contrary to how 3?
4.
How 4, apologies. How 4 of the local plan, because it's not immediately adjacent to or within the settlement boundary. Furthermore, Sayham Tony has a neighbourhood plan which allocates sites, and this is an allocated housing site. So it's contrary to your Sayham Tony neighbourhood plan. That is the starting point for housing. However, the applicants have put forward that this is C3B, so there is an element of care. Policy How 9 of the local plan, which is your specialist housing policy, supports the provision of care in sustainable locations, okay? This is physically detached from the settlement boundary of Sayham Tony, and we wouldn't normally consider this to be a sustainable location. However, Sayham Tony in itself is within your village, within your settlement hierarchy, and therefore there is potential for being sustainable. What your officer report says is there is an existing 4 units in this location that are operated in this way that have planning permission. This proposal is an extension of that existing care facility with another 7 units. Selina's here today from that company that offer that care. So what your officer report says is it is contrary to policy. However, the provision of care is considered to be a significant material consideration when you consider we have a shortage across the district of care of 446 units. 500. I'm going to get that number right before the end of the day. 504 units. And therefore, what officers are recommending to you members is on the basis of the significant shortage of care, that is an other material consideration that we've taken into account in the planning ballots, which outweighs the harm to this being in an unsustainable location. And that is boiling it down to the principal members. It doesn't really matter whether they're providing 7 bedrooms or 27 bedrooms when you've got a figure of 504. Yeah. that is contributing to that. And that is the other material consideration that officers have put in the planning balance, which outweighs the conflict with the planning policy. Members, you need to decide whether you feel that element of care that's being provided, that's represented by a condition, is sufficient to outweigh the conflict of policies. And if you agree with that, obviously you will agree with the approval. If you obviously disagree with that, then that is fine too, and you will need to put that in the planning balance.
I will take Councillor Atwell, please. Don't make it.
Thank you. Sorry, I've got to come back on that.
Oh, you're going to? Oh, sorry, go on in.
Yeah, thank you. I want to put it like that. You're allowing me, thank you. I am perfectly happy. I'm perfectly happy with the officers and your explanations. But I'm sitting on this committee and you're going to ask me to say yay or nay in a few minutes in some form or other. And I just want to be clear in my mind what I'm saying yay or nay to. And I have been confused, and that may be due to age or ignorance, but whatever it is, I do want to be clear on what I'm saying yes to or no to. Thank you.
I fully agree with you. It did start and it's changing. Councillor Atwell, please.
Got two questions. Can you tell me what the parking provision is on these new bungalows, please? How many parking spaces in total there will be for the 7 bungalows? And then I have a question for Selina.
So there's one garage per unit, one internal space and one external space per unit. With addition, some have more than others, by the looks of it. And yeah, so unit 3 has a carport, so I think unit 3 has 3 parking spaces. The rest of them have 2. Yeah. So 3 parking spaces will plot 3, and then the rest have 2 parking spaces.
Just follow up on that, if I may. Sounds like we could potentially have, for instance, the bungalow what's got 4 people from 4 different families living there, 4 visiting families at any one time. Potentially they'll turn up on a Sunday afternoon. Where are they all going to park? That's not the same as having one family within the bungalow unit. So that's different from what we were discussing earlier on, and I'm not happy with that at the moment. The other question I had for Selina, if I may, regarding the care. So let's take the bungalow, 4 bedrooms, potentially could have 4 people living in there with dementia. Or is it a case that there is 3 of the rooms are occupied by dementia patients and there's 1 living member of staff to look after them in that particular bungalow? Or what I'm getting at is if this is a dementia unit, they're going to need that's a high dependency care unit at that point, isn't it? So they are going to need round the clock support and care in strange environment, dealing with other people within that bungalow who are not family members and not familiar to them. How do you manage that care package in that circumstance?
Yeah, thank you. So the way the care is commissioned is per individual needs. So when we come in and look after people in their own homes, like setting like this, each individual will be allocated according to what needs they have. If they've got high needs, it may be a case that they may fund for a 1-to-1, which means they're allocated 1 person to look after them. So you can have actually 2 people, maybe with high needs, with 2 members of staff, 1 individually. That can be funded. That's how the funding works in terms of high needs. And we do have carers who are actually trained in managing dementia, if we do have dementia clients in those homes. So part of what I do is to do a full assessment. So I have to do risk assessment in terms of who's being placed where. once everything is fully set up. So as a manager, I'm looking at, okay, is it practical to put 4 individuals with dementia, with high needs in one household, but we've got about 7 of those, so we can decide then on allocation after assessment where they are being allocated according to the needs and the risk. Oh, sorry.
So potentially you could have a bungalow where you've got one dementia patient, one patient that may have physical ailments that needs care. Is it wise or is it acceptable to mix dementia patients in with other patients within that confinement of a bungalow setting? I'm trying to get into the mindset of we now realise from the discussion we're having here today that this isn't just one family under a roof. This is individuals from different families under the one roof in a relatively small space within a bungalow confinement. I'm trying to get into my head, if you've got dementia patients on site, what round-the-clock provision and care is there on site to make sure that there's staff sleeping on that site to look after them? Is that provision there on this site?
Yes, we do have, part of what we have is we do provide 24-hour care. So part of this is you may have somebody come in with just minimal care needs, but over time, if they do deteriorate, we do adjust according to the needs. So that's why with this setting, we are CQC registered for personal care. We are also CQC registered for treatment of diseases and injuries, which is a more complex needs. So we've got both registrations to manage more complex situations, and then just personal care, somebody needing a wash or toileting and things like that. So again, it comes down to risk management, which is at the height of what before we actually accept anybody into the care setting, I have to go and do an assessment of their needs, and then I do a risk assessment, and then an allocation is done.
Thank you. Rebecca, please.
Thank you, Selina, for doing an excellent explanation, but can I just be really clear, it is not the role of the planning system to set out how this facility is run as a care facility. There are other care regulations about protecting people in these environments, how they're assessed, how they're placed, etc., that are outside of the planning system. It is not your role as a determining authority to determine how this facility is run. You need to think about the principle of development. So these are 7 facilities. You've heard from the applicants that you could have multiple people in C3 care need in these facilities, and you've heard that there will be 24-hour care. Is that enough for you members, that element of care is an other material consideration which outweighs the harm, is not your role to determine how these facilities are run after you grant planning permission? If you grant planning permission, I should say.
I think in protection of my members is that I think we were given a picture which was all lovely and fluffy, and now it's become a lot more hard-edged now that we've gone into depth, and it's very easy to say planning and not planning and this sort of thing, but we all of us have a great deal of care within us for people who are at end of life and needing care. The one thing I would say from this, to ask the 2 gentlemen there, is the other 4 that are currently on site, 4 dwellings, they're under that same, and to ask, I mean, is that model working?
Yes, because they want 7 more.
Well, yeah. Are there any pitfalls, or, I mean, we're inventing, I do apologise, the 4-bed was actually 3 beds and the carers was the 4th bedroom, but we're still inventing a massive amount of vehicles. And my other question about someone having that dog, well, now there's 3 people in that. One's got a dog and one's got a cat and the other's got a lizard, I don't know. How's it going?
It's working really well, I have to say. It's a proven need. We are currently doing this. Selina's completely correct. You know, we wouldn't necessarily put dementia care with somebody who had cancer. We would have the facility on the whole, across the board, to have, to place them where it was more considered, well, appropriate. Thank you, that's the word I was looking for. So yeah, each case would be done on its merit. There is a facility for pets. You know, if somebody wants to bring their dog, they can. You know, if they're going to bring in a Rottweiler or two, then obviously that would create an awful lot of problems. However, you know, if they just bring, you know, a small dog or whatever, you know, we as a facility can cater for that, as opposed to a lot of the existing facilities in the local area cannot.
Thank you for that. Okay, I think we've covered that pretty well. We are, you know, this is not a new idea, obviously, because it's working on part of the site at the present, and our concern was literally coming away from planning, unfortunately. But now I'm going to bring it slap bang to you to make a decision on this, which I hope you can. And that is with this item for Sam Tony, PL 2025-1186. Your officer's recommendation is one of approval. Could I have a show of hands, please? Yeah. And one condition you'd like to add to that? Thank you, Councillor Atwell.
It was the condition mentioned earlier regarding the landscaping around the pond and the safety aspect,
Yeah.
please.
I think that's fair. Yeah. Okay. I do apologise for the long debate, but I think we got there in the end, and that is approved. Thank you. Okay, we're going to follow on our sheet. I've got Attleborough now, PL 2025-1089. I've got Jasmine Aiton, who's the agent. And we've also got Richard Fisher with us, who is our trees and countryside officer. We managed to get him out of the branches. And Ed is doing this presentation. Thank you.
So the full application, PL 2025-1089 FMAJ, seeks the erection of 2 buildings comprising of 12 individual units that have been applied for under flexible business, as well as storage and distribution use at Buns Bank, Attleborough, which is an existing general employment area and commercial industrial estate. Associated works also include the provision of hard standing to form parking and turning areas, as well as soft landscaping to screen the development from the neighbouring dwellings of Bellabane Gardens. So the application has been referred to the committee by the recommendation of Chairman's panel. So the location plan. So you can see that it forms part of the wider general employment area of Focus Business Park, which you can just about see sort of over here. Part of it's in the applicant's control as well, which is to the north and east of the site, and to the west of the site is existing residential development of Bellabane Gardens here. So got that over there. The site is bounded by a footpath that runs along the roadside of Buns Bank and also provides a pedestrian access into the wider industrial estate that surrounds the site. In addition, you've got to the south of Buns Bank Road, I'll show you on this other plan, the site in the wider context. You've got Buns Bank, which is a linear piece of earthwork, which is a scheduled ancient monument of potential early Anglo-Saxon origin, so it's sort of over here. So Historic England did comment on this application, which stated that the proposed works would potentially result in a degree of less than substantial harm to the designated heritage asset. So obviously we have to do the balance and exercise in relation to paragraph 215 of the NPPF. And obviously we have to give material weight into the development. It creates employment development, which generates public benefits through the creation of jobs in the construction and operational phase through continued employment in the business units, and therefore we consider that the social and economic benefits outweigh the limited harm caused to the setting of a scheduled ancient monument, and it would not materially impact the setting of Buns Monument due to the heavily screened landscaping feature there that's already existing. So in relation to the site and the settlement boundaries, so you can just about see the site here. The site itself falls within the settlement boundary of Attleborough. So we've also got to the west here is the Attleborough Strategic Urban Expansion as well. And obviously with regards to the relevant policy to determine the principal development, given that the site is in a general employment area within the settlement boundary, we have to give regard to policy ECO 3 of the Brecon Local Plan. In addition, core objective 3 of the Attleborough Neighbourhood Plan also identifies new employment land which can be developed to help encourage small to medium business enterprises to the town in order to provide a wide range of employment opportunities. So the proposal responds sensitively to policy ECO 3 in terms of its form, scale, siting and fenestration of the two units, which is considered to be compatible with the surrounding units at the Buns Focus Business Parks over here. And it will also not undermine the function of wider employment areas because the site is kept separate from the rest of the units, so therefore will not result in any conflict in interest with the surrounding units. And therefore the principle of development in this location is considered acceptable in accordance with policies Gen 01 and ECO 3 of the Brecon Local Plan. So here is the proposed site plan. So you've got two proposed buildings which are comprised of two steel porter frame buildings. So you can't really see it that well, but this building here is highlighted in orange, and it comprises of 5 units referred to in the plans as units 8 to 12. And then you've got the western building, which is highlighted in green and then purple, which comprises of 7 units. And one of them, unit 7, is slightly larger, and I'll show that in more detail in the floor plan than the rest of the units. In addition, you obviously can see the dwellings over here. There is a separation distance from the rear elevations of these dwellings to the rear elevation of these units, which ranges from 20 to 25 metres, and therefore it's proposed to introduce boundary screening and extensive landscaping features alongside the existing tree line here to ensure that the development is highly screened from this landscaping, and the tree officer will go through that later on in the presentation. In addition, you've got extensive hard landscape which is proposed to be erected along the central area of the site, with the addition of 54 parking spaces located to the south, the north and centrally, in addition to 6 disabled parking spaces. So you've got that as well. So the access point to the site is located to the northeastern corner, and it's one route in and out of the site. You can see the sort of swept path of HEVs entering and leaving the site. So we consider that the overall separation distances between the rear elevations of these dwellings in regards to the separation distance of the rear elevation of the western building to not result in any overbearing or oppressive impacts in relation to their amenity and outlook, and therefore we consider that the overall layout of the scheme exhibits high quality design in accordance with policies Gen 02 and Com 01 of the Brecon Local Plan. In terms of parking as well, additional information was supplied by the applicant, which is covered off in a supplementary report with respect to the additional parking because obviously there is a shortfall of parking which is identified in the highways comments. However, it's considered that there is a surplus of existing parking within the applicant's control to the east of the site, which I'll just show you on the location plan quickly. Actually, that plan might be better, sort of being accommodated around the wider business park as a whole, and this is shown to be within the applicant's control. And therefore, on balance, despite the shortfall of parking on site, we consider that this can be suitably accommodated elsewhere off site within the applicant's control, as well as the wider Buns Bank facility as a whole, and therefore is not considered to result in any conflict in that regard. And therefore, we consider that the layout is acceptable, again, in accordance with those policies. So, proposed elevations for units 1 to 7. So, the opening, the proposed fenestration comprises of a roller shutter door here, personal entrance door, as well as on the rear elevation, you've got fire exit doors, and then you've got, as well as a front window, and then 4 roof lights in the roof. The overall eaves height is 5.375 metres, and the overall ridge height is 6.545 metres, and therefore we also consider that the overall height is consistent with the surrounding business park units and would not result in any adverse impacts on the residential amenity of the neighbouring dwellings, as well as being able to be suitably screened by the proposed landscaping for the development. And you can just see from the floor plans as well, the internal floor space, the internals of the building have been subdivided into 7 different units, with 6 of the units being approximately 173 square metres of floor space, with a slightly larger unit 7, which is approximately 200 square metres in floor space. The overall floor space of the building is 1,332 square metres as well. So, and then finally we'll move on to the other building, the eastern building, which is for units 8 to 12. Again, it comprises of the same sort of arrangement with the roller shutter door, front entrance door, etc., as the other units. And again, the overall eaves height is slightly higher at 5.4 metres, with the overall ridge height being the same as 6.5 metres. And again, we consider that these elevations are consistent with the wider business park as a whole. And again, these units are larger than the units 1 to 7 in terms of all the floor spaces, approximately 230 square metres. You can see the length of this one as well, which I think I've written down. Yeah, so approximately these, just quickly on the length, this one is shorter but wider than units 1 to 7 at 56 metres long by 21 metres wide, and then the units 1 to 7 is narrower but longer, so it's 74 metres by approximately 18 metres there. So in terms of the site photos, you've got this is looking from the southwestern corner to northeastwards. You can sort of see here the existing vegetation on the site, as well as the balustrade fencing here. So this is taken southwards from the existing footpath on to the north of Buns Bank Road, looking northwards, and again you can see the wider business units at the existing business park, which are all very similar in built form, appearance, external materials. So this is looking westwards, and you can see here already that there is a gap with the existing landscaping features in relation to the existing dwellings at Bellybone Gardens here. And this is the existing access, which is, you can just about see, this is where the gate is, and then cars will enter and leave the site through there. And then obviously the rest of the road is within control of the business park, which will then connect on to Buns Bank Road. And again, this is looking northwards to southwards from the neighbouring unit as well, where you can also see there is a surplus of parking on site. Again, this is another perspective of the units as a whole, very similar, although these are slightly taller probably as well than the ones that are proposed. and this is taken from the Bellabone Gardens itself. So you obviously got 9 dwellings. You can see that as it is currently, these units are visible. Obviously, this is taken in the winter, so obviously the trees aren't established, but nevertheless, we still consider at its present time that the buildings will be visible from the rear elevations of these number 7, 8 and 9 Bellabone Gardens in this regard. And again, so in terms of, there's 2 main sort of material considerations that was worth discussing as part of the application. One of these is private immunity of the neighbouring properties. So obviously we have to give regard to the impacts through any sort of adverse noise impacts, general disturbance, as well as any odour or pollution resulting from the proposed uses of the buildings. So we have received various neighbour objections regarding the potential adverse noise impacts, as well as the lack of a suitable noise mitigation provided. However, it's important to note that through extensive revisions to the scheme, it was originally applied for under B2, which is general industrial. However, this element over amenity concerns was removed from the description of development, following concerns raised by officers. So in addition, Environmental Health previously objected to the noise impact assessment submitted. However, a revised noise impact assessment was submitted to address their concerns, where it was noted that each unit is to be fitted with a air management unit that has a predicted output around 80 decibels as a maximum noise. The noise impact assessment also concludes that the predicted level of noise from the development is sufficiently low enough at the closest residential dwellings with no observed adverse effect level concluded. So the Environmental Health Officer has reviewed in detail this revised noise impact assessment and states that the local planning authority are required to manage and mitigate these noise impacts of a proposed development within the accepted guidelines at the nearest noise sensitive receptors. And therefore, they consider that through suitably worded planning conditions to alleviate the noise impacts of the proposal, Environmental Health did raise no objection to the noise impact assessment. So these planning conditions, which are detailed in length in the committee report, include restriction of operating hours of the units themselves, as well as noise limits and mitigation, and as well as the erection of any plant equipment being submitted to the LPA for review. The applicant has had sight of these planning conditions, has agreed to them via email correspondence. Additional planning conditions as well were suggested by the local planning authority to further mitigate towards noise, which were also detailed at length. And in the supplementary report, it is stated that Environmental Health have had sight of these additional conditions, and these include things like the no loudspeaker outside, no external lighting to be erected at all, unless precise details are to be supplied to the LPA in writing. Environmental Health, as discussed in the supplementary report, raised no objection to these conditions and feel that they suitably mitigate towards prevent any adverse amenity impacts for the neighbouring dwellings to the west of the site. Therefore, subject to the imposition of these suitably worded planning conditions, we consider that the development proposal is acceptable amenity terms and accords with policy Commo 3 of the Breckland local plan. And then the other sort of key material consideration, which my colleague Richard will now go through, is in relation to the landscaping. So I'll leave you to it. So so I'll let Richard discuss the sort of landscaping scheme that's been proposed in relation to not only reintroducing this existing tree line, but also resulting in a betterment to the existing provision to ensure that it's suitably screened. So I'll leave it to Richard.
Thanks, Ed. You'll note that proposed condition 5 is quite prescriptive. We felt that this was necessary due to the fact that, excuse me, there is a gap in the tree line from the existing trees and the existing site. We felt that a prescriptive condition would ensure that decent landscaping would be able to screen effectively the dwellings already there. We've asked for some pretty hefty trees to be put in as an instant aesthetic impact, and also will break up the outline of the industrial units. We've picked a palette of trees that are found in the area, so it's not going to look out of place, and that over time these will grow up to form a really good and really effective screen for the proposals.
Thank you. So, and then just finally, in terms of the other matters briefly, I touched on highways with parking. However, no adverse additional comments in relation to the sort of access or visibility, etc., have been received from the Highways Authority, and therefore we consider that the proposal isn't to the detriment of highway safety. So therefore we consider it to be acceptable in highways terms. In addition, ecology is considered to be acceptable, and the site can deliver on-site mandatory B&G. In terms of flood risk and drainage, the application site is located in a flood zone 1 and is also at very low risk from surface water flooding. However, we'd like to seek further details in relation to the foul and surface water discharge from the site, and these have also been detailed within suitably worded planning conditions. And just finally, the application site is not also considered to require an environmental impact assessment, as the site is under 5 hectares, so we don't need to do an environmental statement or anything like that. Therefore, for the reasons set out in the officer report, the committee and the supplementary report, the development proposals are considered to be acceptable and according with the development plan policies, and as such the officer recommendations one of approval subject to conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ed. Thank you, Richard. We've got Jasmine Ayton, please, who's the agent. You have 3 minutes, please.
Thank you. Yeah? Do you hear me? Good. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jasmine Ayton and I'm speaking as the agent on this application. This proposal makes use of the final parcel of land within the established employment allocation at Focus Business Park. It is not the introduction of an incompatible use to a new area. It is the completion of an existing and successful business park. The units proposed will be leased to small local businesses, consistent with the applicant's other units at Focus Business Park, for Class B1 and or B8 use. At this stage, the end users of the units are not known until the applicant can advertise them post-planning. However, the planning conditions proposed will restrict noise and external plant, ensuring harm is not caused to the neighbouring properties. Following comments from nearby residents and statutory consultees, as well as discussions with Breckland's planning officers, the scheme has been substantially revised to address those concerns while ensuring the development remains viable. The amendments include the complete removal of B2 use from the proposals, reorientation of the buildings so they face away from the neighbouring residential properties, ensuring there is no overlooking and directing activity and any associated noise away from the homes. Reduction in the overall size of the buildings and extent of the hard standing areas to prevent overdevelopment. The reinstatement of a landscaping buffer between the application site and the residential properties to the west, with full details to be secured by a condition. The inclusion of a noise attenuation fence, despite the noise impact assessment concluding that no mitigation is required, the applicant is still happy to erect this. And repositioning of the access further away from the adopted highway junction. With these amendments, alongside the proposed planning conditions, we believe the development will not result in any unacceptable amenity impacts. Instead, it will provide high quality space for small local businesses and support job creation to deliver the economic function of an allocated employment site. So to summarise in planning terms, this is policy compliant proposal on allocated land that's been sensitively redesigned in response to consultation and is capable of delivering economic benefits without harm to residential amenity. So thank you for your time and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. It's open to questions from members. No, Councillor Attwell, then Councillor Wilkinson.
Just a quick one for tree officer if I can. The trees that you're planting, are they, you say that they're natural species from around here, are they going to be sort of like fast growing? How long do we anticipate that the screening would get up to sort of like first floor height for the benefit of the households nearby?
The species have been, they're a mixture of species. Some are faster growing than others. The larger species that we've asked for are going to be about 12 centimetres, 14 centimetres girth, which will equate to somewhere between 2 and 3 metres in height instantly. That's not to say that all of them will be that big, but there will be some of the larger trees in there. So I would expect within 2 to 3 years, you would have a decent screen.
Thank you. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same thing to Richard. Comprehensive, real planting scheme here with the trees and everything else. I was going to ask if there's going to be any mature trees which would give a bit of screening straight away above the fence line, because you've got a rowan down there. I bought a rowan sapling about 3 years ago. It's only grown a foot. So I might have your advice on that.
So there wasn't a question, but anyway, because he had done it. That's fine. Any other questions at all from members? I've just got one thing. I just want to know if we could condition the fire exit doors at the rear were closed and not accessible in entrance and out. It's classic on a warm day to open it and get a flow of air. It's classic to get a deck chair out there and sit and have your lunch. Can we condition that they are used as fire exit doors only?
So the noise report is on the basis of those doors being shut, and under the fire regulations, those doors have to be shut.
That's fine.
So I would say it's
That's
not the
covered.
place of the planning authority to reiterate those regulations.
It's covered. That's fine. That's all I was trying to achieve. Okay. Is this a question?
Ed mentioned about no floodlighting at the back to obviously affect the housing. Is that conditioned? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with this item 9D, Attleborough, PL 2025-1089, your officer's recommendation is approval. Give a show of hands, please. Okay. That's approved. Thank you very much. It is 10 to 1. Would you like to do one more before lunch, and then we can finish with the Necton Power Station first thing this afternoon after lunch? Yes, okay, thank you. So we're going to do 9E PL 2025-1563 at Watton. I've got Colin Wigg, who's an objector, and Gillian Jones, who's an objector, if you'd like to come and sit on the right-hand side. And I've also got Evelyn Wheeler, who's the applicant. Again, if you'd like to come and sit on the right-hand side. Oh, this one's yours, Michael.
Yeah, just for transparency, I think we've all received an email from an objector. Yeah, from.
No, this is messing me. Can I judge that the other lady is there for moral support or for questions? Sorry.
Evelyn and Sarah.
Oh, Evelyn, but you're there for moral support, not questions or anything?
I can answer questions
If needed, that's fine. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Chairman. So this is application PL 2025-1563 at Opal House 61 Griston Road, Watton. It's been brought to Planning Committee for consideration, have been called in by a ward member and have been referred by Chairman's panel for determination at Planning Committee. The proposal is for a change of use to a residential dwelling to a day nursery, including internal renovations to the building, secure access and play area for the children, and will accommodate up to a maximum of 25 children at any one time with 8 members of staff on the premises. It is noted that the proposal highlights that the applicant will seek in the future to increase the number of children to approximately 40. This formed the basis for application PL 2025-1203/FMIN, which was subsequently withdrawn due to the local planning authority considering that the number of children will cause a detrimental impact to the area with regards to amenity, intensification of the local area and highway traffic. It is important to note that only the submitted information for application PL 2025-1563/FMIN and the current proposal for 25 children can be assessed and considered part of this application, and that any subsequent application for the use to accommodate up to 40 children would have to be assessed on its merits at that point in time. The site is located approximately 1 kilometre southeast of Watton Town Centre and is located within the settlement boundary of Watton. The site is located within a residential setting with minor commercial businesses in proximity to Opal House, including 2 workshop businesses at 59 Griston Road, which are located at the rear of the site location. The proposal will accommodate up to 13 parking spaces, and vehicles will be able to enter and leave in a forward gear following a 3-point turn. Width of the proposed access is considered sufficient to allow for 1 vehicle to enter and leave at the same time. The proposal will also see the removal of the front hedgerow to allow better visibility displays to access the site. This drawing shows the proposed elevations. There are no significant proposed structural changes to the existing building externally. All alterations will be made internally. This is the proposed ground floor plan, and which comprises of a reception hall, storeroom, a toddler room, an under-2s room, a dining area, kitchen, conservatory, and staff bathroom. On the first floor plan, this comprises of a children's bathroom, a preschool room, 2 storerooms, staff room, and an office. In consultation with the Norfolk County Council Early Years and Childcare Sufficiency Manager, and following the guidance set by the World Health Organization and the requirements set by Ofsted, the children to space ratio for a day nursery is as follows. For children under 2 years old, a minimum of 3.5 square meters per child is required. For children aged 2 years, the minimum space requirement is 2.5 square meters per child. For children between 3 and 5 years old, at least 2.3 square meters per child is required. With reference to the proposed plan, the allocated space available at Opal House for children is as follows. Children aged under 2 measures approximately 19 square meters and would therefore accommodate up to 5 children. Children aged 2 years, classed as toddler, would measure approximately 33 meters squared and would therefore accommodate up to 13 children. And children aged between 3 to 5 years, preschool, measures approximately 33 meters squared and would therefore accommodate up to 14 children. Whilst the total number of children to space available equals 32, given that the space for staff is also required, the proposed number of 25 children is considered an acceptable approach when balanced against the World Health Organization guidance and Ofsted requirements. Therefore, I consider the proposal meets the requirements of policies COM 01 and Gen 02 of the Brecon Local Plan. This is a site photo showing the west-facing view from the site. And this is the north-facing view looking at the existing access to the site. The view east-facing from the site. And this is the south-facing view from the site. It is acknowledged that there will be an increase in vehicular movement to and from the site, as discussed in the officer's report. To assist in mitigation against the increase in vehicular movement, an on-site car park has been proposed for 13 spaces. In addition to the proposed car parking spaces, mitigation to reduce potential congestion along Griston Road is as follows. Turning arrangements within the car park, a drop-off and pick-up system, which parents must arrive in 15-minute intervals and engage in a brief handover lasting no more than 2 minutes, and the utilisation of a QBell secure digital check-in out tool that enables parents, guardians to drop off and pick up children without entering the building and therefore reduce queuing or congestion. Having consulted the Highway Authority, no objections were raised, subject to conditions which are outlined in the officer's report. Given the submitted information and that the Highway Authority raised no objections, I consider the proposals are to have an acceptable impact on the local highway network and that sufficient car parking has been provided. Therefore, the proposed development accords with policies TR01 and TR02 of the Breckland Local Plan. This image is from the garden, which is west facing from the rear of the existing dwelling. The next slide shows the north facing view from the rear of the existing dwelling. And this is the east facing view from the existing dwelling. And this shows the rear of the garden looking at the existing dwelling. I consider that with regards to amenity, the site is well screened by fencing, hedges and trees. A noise impact assessment was commissioned and concluded noise generated by the proposal would reach up to 36 decibels due to the existing attenuation provided by hedges and fencing. In contrast, the report details that the workshop located to the northwest would produce an ambient noise of 40 decibels. In conclusion, the report states that this noise from the workshop is not considered to be particularly loud. However, it does state that the character of this noise significantly affected the acoustic environment and otherwise domestic feel of the location. The report also states that it expects noise from cars that are coming and leaving the premises to be below the ambient sound level, reaching a maximum of 37 decibels. The environmental health team at Breckland were consulted and raised no objections to the proposal. This basis was formed that only small groups of children would use the play space at any given time. Although likely, it is considered that the small groups of children playing outside cannot be reasonably conditioned or enforced. However, having reviewed the submitted information, considered all aspects of opinions raised on the application, that the environmental health raised no objection nor set any conditions, I consider that the impacts of noise generated by the proposal is unlikely to adversely impact the local area based on the revised number of children using the day nursery. Therefore, I consider the proposed development is in accordance with policy COMO 3 of the Breckland Local Plan. As discussed in the officer's report and today, whilst the proposal will result in additional traffic movement and that there would be some impact to local amenities, I consider that on balance, these effects are not significant to deem the proposal unacceptable. Matters regarding ecology and flood risk have been assessed, and as outlined in the officer's report, I consider the proposals meets policies ENV02 and ENV09 of the Breckland Local Plan. Therefore, I consider that the change of use from a residential dwelling to a nursery is acceptable and balanced, subject to conditions, including a limit to the number of children to 25. And my recommendation is one of approval. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. I've got Colin Wigg and Gillian Jones, who are objectors. You each got 2 minutes. Who'd like to go first? Ladies first. Are you a gentleman? No, you're going first. Yeah, going first. Well done, Colin. Good lad. Off you go. 2 minutes, sir.
Hi. Good morning, committee. My name is Colin Wigg. My wife and I live at number 1 Landing Light Way, which is immediately opposite to Opal House. We object to this proposal on the basis of What didn't you hear? How far did we get? We object to this proposal on the basis that the site lies within the residential area and a proposed nursery school is, we suggest, inappropriate, unsuitable and inconsiderate. Our objections are based on material considerations as outlined. Pedestrian footfall is particularly heavy in Griston Road, especially at peak times with school children, mothers, prams, cyclists, prison staff, dog walkers and ramblers all in evidence, frequently walking in the road due to lack of continuous pavements. I speak from experience both as a motorist and a pedestrian using this road. Surely a safety issue to be considered. Vehicle traffic. Traffic flow in Griston Road is already problematical and additional vehicle use will just exacerbate the situation. This must also be a safety issue for pedestrians. Street lighting. There is no street lighting between Field Maple Close and Opal House, making this yet another unacceptable hazard, especially on dark winter evenings for mothers and young children. Children, noise and disturbance, as we all know, go together. The appearance of the area, as previously mentioned, the site lies within a residential area and many occupants have chosen this area for a peaceful lifestyle. We believe that such a proposal does not respect the character of this location and is insensitive to the surrounding area by citing a nursery school in its midst. I strongly request that more time be given to find a more suitable location. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Mrs. Jones. Thank you.
The original proposal was for 40 children to be a viable business. Although now they've reduced this to 25, they still want to have 40 children there. The actual children attending the site during the day could be considerably higher than 25. This figure refers to the children actually on site at any one time. The footpath, as Colin said, is opposite roadside to Opal House, involving a road crossing and safety hazard. The historical application for a daycare centre was made over 30 years ago and closed shortly after Burr Close was built and long before the recent new builds. A neighbour in Burr Close purchased their property only after assurances the original nursery would be closing, as the outside noise level was a cause for concern. This nursery will be operating from 7:30 in the morning till 6 o'clock at night, 51 weeks per year, and the children will be outside in a rotation of 5 children plus their carers from 9 a.m. onwards. The previous planning applications by other parties have not incurred the change of use. It has remained a residential property. Together with safety concerns, as the road is used by a high number of school children, either cycling or walking to school, we object to this commercial nursery ruining the character and quality of life in a quiet residential area. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I've got now Evelyn Wheeler, who's the applicant, please. You have 3 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for listening to our application. My name is Evelyn Wheeler. I'm the director of the company. I'm here not just as a leader, but as someone who cares deeply for the children and families in our community. Imagine the trust the parents place on us. Every morning, they hand over their child, hoping for safety, warmth, and opportunity. Right now, we are struggling to meet that hope. The structure of our current building on Capitol House is extremely difficult to heat and keep dry. Despite our effort, it suffers with persistent damp and condensation. And there is evidence of radon gas, which is a health hazard in the garden. When children play outside, they're exposed to fumes from neighboring garages, inappropriate languages from workmen working across the workshops over the fence. And the building, most importantly, is not accessible to children with extra needs. And it is very frustrating for us and very painful for us and the council when we turn away children with extra needs who need accessibility. The building is not possible to be made accessible, and that is not acceptable in the modern era. we have been looking for a suitable property in Watton for the last 4 years. We have failed to find one. Opal House presents that hope to the parents we care for. And we have been searching for a place that will give children safety, accessibility, and most importantly, a nurturing environment. Currently, as you know, the government agenda is to provide services for children in a community-based environment, a service home from home. And as I heard before, people before us were also talking about offering a service of home from home and keeping the children and the families in their community. My colleagues here have said families are passing in the street, going to school. And those are the parents of the younger children they bring to the nursery. The parents are already in the area. They walk the older siblings to school while they cross the busy Watton Road and Norwich Road to bring the younger ones to the nursery just down the road. We have taken measures to mitigate the issues, the concerns neighbors have brought. We have mitigated on noise and traffic. And we are here to enhance, not disrupt our neighborhood. We want to be good neighbors with the neighbors where we operate. And this is not a school playground. We have, sorry. We have very young children who are babies. Most of them are sleeping. They don't make noise. And we have toddlers. Their play is structured and supervised by their carers. So we will, the noise levels everyone is talking about are very, very minimal for young children. So we are simply asking, we want to give our children a chance, regardless of ability, to offer them a safe, inspiring place to learn and grow, to be in the community for years to come, and where we are strong and resilient in our communities. Finally, I ask you as corporate parents of our children to support this move and let us give our children and families the safe, stable, and inspiring environment they deserve. Approving this relocation is an investment in our children's future.
Thank you very much. Thank you. It's open to questions from members. Anybody with a question? Councillor Bowes, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, could officers just confirm that this site has a history of being used as a daycare centre and nursery for children? And I just wanted to say that Watton has had a lot of development in recent times, and there is a recognised demand for childcare facilities for young working families. I was pleased to see the arrangements for timed picking up and dropping off, which seems to mean that the traffic will be managed. Capital House, where they are at the moment, I believe that's one of the old RAF buildings. Yeah, so not probably an ideal building for this sort of facility. But yes, if officers could just confirm that has been used for childcare in that area before. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it has previously. I believe it was back in the 90s. It was used, yeah.
Councillor Gilbert and then Councillor Clark.
Yeah, I can also confirm that it was previously a childcare centre, because I knew the people who ran it, so they've moved away, and yeah, it was used that yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Chairman. One is possibly a question to our officer. The first question is, have you got a picture of the street scene of the entrance there and the road? And while you're putting this up, and reading the commentary that you've put there around highways under 4.5, I note it says that obviously there's no double or single yellow lines, it says in your report, along the entirety, therefore that can absorb some parking. I'm just wondering how when I read the arrangements here about the mitigation, and this is made straight outside planning, when it says the system will be that parents arrive in 15-minute intervals and engage in a brief handover lasting no more than 2 minutes. And I just know from my own ward where I've got, primary schools and 2 nurseries, and the sort of the chaos, and which have cul-de-sacs in the centre of Dereham, and the congestion and chaos that arises, that looks all right on paper, but how far this is actually going to be, enforced in practice, as we're dealing also here with children that may be late and so forth. So I'd like an assurance on those 2 points. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. So, yeah, so this is the image of the street scene, and the access is just along, I think it was this one, along here. I'll just go back. So, yeah, so it's just here with a big plant pot. Trying to see if we've got one. So this is it, west facing, so access will come, people travelling will come down along here and access, and this hedgerow here will be removed to increase visibility and widen the access. And then this is, leading further down Griston Road.
Okay, Councillor Clark again. Sorry, Councillor Clark.
Yes, just thanks. Having seen that, because I was thinking in my own ward there are actual double yellow lines and things which adds to the chaos. So I'm more reassured, but not totally. Thank you.
Okay, so Westerman, please.
What is the speed limit on that road, please?
Oh, 20, is it? Or?
30.
I believe it's 30.
Oh, 30. Yeah, 30 miles an hour. You actually, in your presentation, sir, you did say that the traffic was problematic. What did you actually mean by?
Do you want to put your microphone on?
Yeah,
first?
microphone on, please.
It often bottlenecks at the entrance to Griston Road from the Norwich Road because that is particularly narrow. There's an issue, obviously, with parked cars where people don't have garages, and frequently one is having to pull into the side to let oncoming vehicles come through. And I think everybody in the area considers it is quite a hazard coming down that road at particular times of the day.
And it can be more or
So
less a
there's-
one-way road. For the
So there's
traffic.
parked vehicles.
Yeah, this area end
at
of
the
the
other,
road
at the
is
entrance
quite
end.
quiet.
But that's
but the
quite
other end
a
is
quite
considerably
considerable
built up.
distance.
Yes, and of course it's a cul-de-sac at the far end. So there's a lot of vehicles turning around, obviously, and I just
Yeah.
feel it will be exacerbated by
Okay.
any extra traffic.
That's fine. Any other questions from members before we take the vote? You're okay? Fine, thank you. So with this reference to this one, PL 2025-1563 at Watton, your officer's recommendation is one of approval. Could I have a show of hands, please? That's unanimous. Okay, thank you. This is approved. Thank you for your time. I do apologise for the delay, but we've had a lot of hot air in here today. Do you want to do the next one?
Need Chris.
Well, we need Chris to come down.
Have I got time to go to the toilet?
Chris Hobson. So we might not have lunch till 3. No.
Thank you.
It's a bit in depth and it's so I think we ought to have lunch and
I need the ladies.
yeah, come back for 10-2 if you don't mind. If anyone has to go, then you have to go, as long as you leave me 4 people. Okay. Thank you very much, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed your lunch, and I do apologise to Sasha and Colin for enjoying my sandwich. I only had one.
Loaf.
One. See? One of each. Okay, thank you. So we are at Necton, item 9F, which is 3PL 2024-0662, and this is in the form of a variation. So we hand over to you, Chris. You're ready to go.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. So final application today, another variation for you members. So yeah, we're in Necton now. So this is a variation to conditions again, particularly condition 12, which relates to noise in relation to the Necton Greener Grid Park facility. So permission, as you see, was previously been granted under 3PL 2023-0848/F for the Greener Grid Park, and I'll just quickly refresh members on that application, where it sits and what's involved. So yeah, I mean, in terms of that original consent, it was for the Greener Grid Park, which was a facility that sought to kind of stabilise the grid. We've obviously got a number of substations and facilities now on site. The original Dudgeon substation has been added to with the National Grid substation and the Norfolk Vanguard and Norfolk Boreas facilities that were granted under development consent orders. So there's a few facilities there, and this was a facility that sought to kind of stabilise that, ensure that the network was stabilised throughout the throughout really. So you can see the red line application site there. Key really are kind of the village of Necton down here, residential properties along St Andrews Lane here, more sporadic to the north, residential properties and farms there. Then you get towards Fransham up there, so in terms of some of the residential receptors, but generally open countryside, and see the red line there, got the A47 immediately there in green. So there's a bit more of a context there. You can see the village clearly here, the A47. Obviously, large-scale works that have commenced over the past 10 or so years. So the application site sits there. In terms of other things to note, I think we'll touch on a map in a moment, showing those properties and acoustic survey locations. But in terms of the actual scheme, again, as you can see here, the site kind of sits at that southern end of that cluster of facilities. Necton further south of the image, but there you can see the structures, the substation compounds sit to the north, and there's a variety of cabling equipment, transformers, ancillary plant on site. In terms of, again, how that sits more broadly, we've got the site here, we've got the Dudgeon immediately north, the National Grid substation, and then those Norfolk Boreas and Vanguard either side there. And again, you can see some of the key points in the village here, Fransham up there. So turning back to some of the specifics really. So as I say, this application sought to vary condition 12. Now, the extant permission has two noise limit conditions. Condition 11 remains unaffected, and that controls kind of broadband noise. In terms of condition 12, that sought to control the kind of low frequency hum type noise that you do get with substations like this, and that was informed back from original surveys undertaken by our environmental health colleagues at the time of considering this application. They carried out surveys at similar grid facilities like this, and clearly to protect, and noticing some of the noise levels there required this condition to protect and limit that lower hum type noise. In terms of, and that's particularly in the 100 Hertz third octave. So you can see the extant permission sets that 32 dB LLEQ level. Now, when this original application came in, the applicant sought to change it to a 26 dB LAEQ. However, that, when you reflected that within the reflected that in terms of how that would be appreciated, that would actually significantly increase beyond that 32 dB LLEQ level, given the change here in terms of how it's reflected there. It's what that would be equivalent to would be more of a kind of 45 level, so significantly above what was previously granted. And colleagues in environmental health and through the acoustic consultant employed by us raised issues in terms of that level. And obviously from that they also needed to consider existing noise levels, so they undertook surveys at these 4 locations around the site. And following on from that, the acoustic consultant advised us through our environmental health team about an appropriate level that they considered would provide satisfactory protection for the residential properties, particularly to the south here. You can see in yellow there's residential properties here, and to the north. Now, having discussed that with environmental health colleagues and the applicants, it's now subsequently agreed that level that obviously results in an increase in 3 dBZ. Now, in terms of some of the comments of our environmental health colleagues, you know, as I mentioned, that kind of level was originally set, having acknowledged those surveys of other sites. In terms of, just bear with me. Yeah, and that was mindful of those additional facilities in the surrounding area. So in terms of where we considered was an appropriate level, we had regard to those facilities in the immediate context, so the cumulative impact of those, particularly also the particular nature of low hums and low frequency. Because of the nature of those sounds, it is easier for those to enter a structure and building. So they do, whilst having a low humming sound, are able to get in a room, for instance, through an open window. So it's those particular sensitivities, but also having regard to the use of people's gardens, etc., in the homes, obviously in the surrounding area. So that's why, you know, originally that condition was there. And whilst we're looking at a slight increase of 3 dBZ, that's still below what is generally widely acknowledged as a level that Salford University have used and widely used across the industry, which sets, say 35, sets 38 dBZ internally. So not only is it lower than that, this is also, this level at 35 is outside, so there's a betterment there in terms of that threshold. But again, that's taking into account our environmental health colleagues' concerns about the rural area and the use and those potential, because you get a low humming sound, it can be quite sensitive to certain people. It can be a constant, and that can cause significant harm. So in terms of what that 3 dBZ change means, you know, that's only really just on the perceptions really of a human. So actually, when you look in reality, that change, well, there's probably going to be a level of road traffic noise and that kind of other types of noise which will actually be more prominent than you would observe or notice that additional 3 dBZ. So that's why they're comfortable with that slight increase, but having regard to also actually it's lower than what we may expect on other sites. But this is particularly regard to how this type of sound can get into rooms and cause disturbance, particularly obviously in summer months when you have the windows open. in residential properties. So, so hopefully that explains kind of where we've come to in the negotiations with our environmental health colleagues, the applicants, over the last year or so. And as part of that negotiation and discussion, we've also agreed an additional worded condition 12A. So that just adds some further requirements to submit further detail on how those levels are going to be secured through the scheme in detail. So the application before you changes condition 12 to that above and adds 12A there in front of you. So as I say, this process has been ongoing with colleagues in environmental health, acoustic consultants employed by us on our behalf, and with the applicants as well. Officers are comfortable with those changes to the conditions. Based on the comments from our environmental health team, have raised no objections. The amended conditions are considered to comply with policies COM 03 and ENV 10 of the local plan. And also there's policies in the Necton neighbourhood plan. So the permission has varied as proposed in front of you. It's considered to be acceptable. It's recommended for approval. Those conditions are set out on pages 72 to 74 of the main report pack. And again, you may have spotted within paragraph 2.5 of the report, there is a slight error in terms of the level. It quotes 26 dB, but that should be 32 LLEQ. So just to point out that correction. But set out in the report, the application is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Sasha, you've got 1.5, and Colin, you've got 1.5. Okay, off you go, nice and loud.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Sasha Lloyd Rutherford, and I am the project manager for Statkraft Necton Greener Grid Park. The development comprises 2 synchronous compensators, which are large rotating machines that directly support the UK's transition to clean energy. We are located to the south of the existing Necton substation, but are a separate development. The project was granted planning permission following a resolution at this committee on the 7th of May 2024. We began enabling works last autumn and full construction works this January. We are posting information and regular updates on our project website where local people can register for update emails. If members have questions about the construction, they are also welcome to contact us. My colleague Rory Puxley is the Project Community Liaison Manager, and he has circulated a briefing about the application before you. Importantly, there is no proposal to change the overall noise limit for the development, which is set out by Condition 11. The proposal is to slightly alter a condition governing noise within the 100 Hz band, following engagement between our acoustics consultant and your environmental health team. In addition, we are agreeable to a new condition 12A, which requires a noise assessment and noise scheme to be prior approved before operation. I'll let our planning consultant, Colin, explain in more detail.
Thank you. My name is Colin Turnbull. I'm a director of DWD Planning Consultants, so we've been supporting Statkraft on the application and the conditions. So as the report before you explains at paragraph 2.4, condition 12 wording has been imposed on various substation planning permissions in the area. And because we work with a lot of electrical infrastructure, from our perspective, this isn't a substation. It's full of moving plant, which has very different noise characteristics to a substation which has static plant. So static plant tends to resonate 100 Hz, which is why those substation permissions all have that very low control on the low frequency noise. But a project like this has broadband noise. That's why you've got condition 11 on it. And yeah, we basically have a situation where a substation control has been put on a project which isn't really a substation and has slightly different noise characteristics, and that makes a bit of a problem in terms of how Statkraft would sort of build this out. There's a lot of terminology here. I appreciate it's quite detailed. Just a note that DBZ is just the new wording for DBLLEQ. So they're the same, they're interchangeable. But then DBA is very different from those So DBA adjusts for how the human ear works. So at the moment, the noise limit in condition 12 is 32 dBZ or LLEQ. But that's equivalent to around 12 dBA, which is really, really, really low, barely audible. Following the discussions that Chris has outlined, we're proposing a new limit of 35 dBZ. That's 15.9 dBA, so it's still barely audible. Importantly, this is below DEFRA guidance levels, which are 38 dBZ internal noise level, or 48 to 51 external. So in a nutshell, we've got this proposed very small slight change to condition 12, no change to condition 11, which sets the overall noise level, and a new condition that we're happy to accept, requiring a noise scheme. So thanks for your time, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. It's open to questions from members. Councillor Guybird, Councillor Gilbert, Councillor Bam.
Thank you, Chairman. Simple question. How close is the nearest residential property?
Sorry, I think your mic's on. Oh, it's about 600 metres.
Councillor Gilbert, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Are these noise limits legally binding? Are they national figures, or are they sort of dependent on where the projects are?
The conditions would be binding on the consent and the applicants. In terms of what those levels are, I think as Colin mentioned, there's DEFRA levels set. In terms of how our acoustic consultant and environmental health have calculated a kind of low frequency, as mentioned, there is no distinct and set level. The best and widely used is that developed by Salford University. So they've developed that, and that's widely used as a general level, and as set out, the proposals sit below that level, both internally and externally.
Okay, Councillor Bambridge, please.
Yes, it's just that the increase in the levels is something I think around 9%, which is fairly considerable. And your points that you indicated seem to be a reasonable distance from it. And I just wondered how those increased levels would affect animals in the area.
Yeah, I mean, I think our prime kind of policies, ENV 10 and COMO 3, talk about impact on residential amenity from residents. That's the primary purpose of how we've assessed and need to assess the application. So in terms of those changes, so I'll just go back to the colleagues' comments in terms of what that means in reality, those three dBZ changes. It's kind of on that level that it's hardly perceptible. It begins to be perceptible to a human. So it's insignificant. I mean, you know, you mentioned 9%, but I think that's the reality in terms of what our environmental health colleagues have advised. It's kind of on the realms of being perception. You know, you'll be about to be able to perceive that change from 32 to 35. In terms of how that impacts on wildlife and ecology, I mean, that's not kind of where we would how we would consider the proposal. In terms of the reason for the condition was particularly about community and residential amenity rather than wildlife and ecology. That's where the reasoning for the condition would be. We have to consider the application having regard to what that condition said, which I've talked about, but then the reason for that, behind that sits, you know, what's the reason? It wasn't to protect wildlife and animals, it was about residential amenity, and that's how we've considered it, and how, as officers, we've considered it, and how, as a planning authority, we have to consider it.
Lovely. Councillor Wilkinson, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I was trying to do some research, and I don't know if the gentleman over there can confirm. I tried to do some research, if you can trust the internet, And I got it back that 35 decibels was the noise what a domestic fridge makes, the hum of a fridge. And considering when Ofsted accept 37 decibels for children in residential areas, which we had previously, I should imagine this is very, very low at 35. With all the other noise going around as well, with the traffic noise from the A47 blocking that out from that side, I would say.
Councillor Westerman, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Have there been any complaints at all about the noise?
Irrespective.
Environmental health colleagues have confirmed there haven't been any.
Not on noise.
Thank you, Chairman. AI suggests that complaints are most common for larger substations within 170 to 200 metres, and that would be for the magnetic hum from transformers. This is quite a different, this is a rotating mass that enables the grid to synchronise. It's quite different to a transformer.
Yeah, your mic had gone off. I think the other thing to take in relationship with this is the substation itself sits right beside one of the busy A47 that runs through the county, and it is a very busy road, lots of lorries and what have you, so very, very noisy. So I think this is a minimal part to that noise. I really do. I'm not leading the committee. Anyway, everyone had a question. You're all okay? Can we take a vote on that? Okay, so with this item, at Necton 3PL 2024-0662, in a variation, your officer's recommendation on that is approval. Could I have a show of hands, please? That's approved. Okay, thank you very much. Sorry for the wait, but needs must. Because we were hoping to get a girl down to do a wash-up, and you lot have been very, very good. We're going to call a day on it, unless anyone wishes to raise the subject instantly. Good, no, thank you. Oh, sorry, I do apologise. I'm such a rush to get out of the building. Item 10 is applications determined by the Executive Director of Planning, and item 11 are appeals for your information. And then close the meeting. Thank you.